nearly doubled. In 1965, 25 million people were in the workforce. By 1984, 46 million were, slightly more than half of all American women at the time. Today, there are nearly equal numbers of men as women in the workforce. Thank you, my fellow citizen. I left off right there.
Hi, I'm Ellis Cole from Springfield, Missouri, and I'm here to support Missouri's women. The ramifications of women's entry into the workplace are well known and for the most part beneficial. Indeed, those frightening 50 statistics indicating widespread poverty and marital unhappiness have improved. The rate of poverty today is half of what it was in the 1950s. The percentage of children living in poverty has decreased 50% since 1959. More than twice as many married Americans today report being very happy in their marriage, and the rate of teen motherhood has been reduced by more than half. This new pro-choice society of the past 3 or 4 decades has given all women, regardless of their political views, more options, and as we'll see, men's options have expanded too. This includes even those women who choose full-time motherhood. Staying at home to raise children remains an opportunity, and now a more flexible and inviting one because the option to save you back into the workforce exists. Even though many sentimentally regard a stay-at-home mother as the choice of greater virtue, most women don't. The vast majority of working mothers believe that employment has no impact on the quality of their relationship with their kids. Astonishing as it seems, most working women today say they would continue working even if they had the option of staying home. One study found that 1 in 2 of the very homemakers that pro-lifers see as leading the most laudable life would, given the chance to start over, choose to have a career. By contrast, only 1 in 5 working mothers said she'd like to leave her job to stay home with their children. For many women, working outside the home is their family value. By providing more economic support for the family, workforce moms view their careers not only as a way to fulfill something in themselves, but also as a chance to secure more options for their children. Yet so much has been written about the horrors working women have unleashed on their children. It's a virtual cottage industry of the religious pro-life right, which has originated many of the attacks. Latchkey kids, a favorite phrase of the 1980s, helped cement in the public's mind the unsupported notion that mothers at work meant to neglect their kids. In the mid-80s, conservative pro-life activist Phyllis Schlafly suggests that mothers who remained employed for their own self-fulfillment had contributed to adolescent suicides. The anti-working woman climate of the 80s included constant media coverage of what was made to seem like widespread satanic ritualistic sex abuse in daycare centers. Between 1977 and 1985, the number of children in daycare nearly quadrupled as women rushed into the workplace. No doubt, some mothers felt guilty about turning their kids over to strangers. Now, suddenly the airwaves were saturated with stories of horrific satanic cults in daycare centers. A search of newspaper articles in the 1980s found stories about alleged cases of child abuse. Child Satanism and sexual predators rose from a few dozen a year to more than 400 a year. Many of the cases that dominated the national discourse of the 80s never led to convictions. Of the 30 cases that went to trial, more than half the judgments or juries and prosecutors would later be overturned by appellate judges. A decade later, sociologists wondered how so many spurious cases could come about at once. It seems it had something to do about this fear that we turned our kids over to total strangers, said Catherine Beckett, a University of Michigan sociologist. It's as if there was a guilt that people we didn't know were raising them for us. There may indeed have been some abuse as child care industry grew rapidly to meet the demands brought about by the new norm of 2 parents in the workforce. But in the 80s, when this hysteria hit, a child was considerably more likely to be sexually abused by a priest or a family member than child care workers. This frenzy seemed to feed a cultural backlash aimed at mothers heartless enough to send their children to daycare. Ever since they first donned those shoulder-padded suits, working women blamed many of societal ills. Poor test scores, attention deficit disorder, school shootings, sexually active teens, or secret torture chambers under daycare centers have all been served up as evidence that society is paying dearly for mothers seeking selfish gratification through careers rather than exclusively tending to heart and home. Pro-life groups have continually sounded the theme, encouraging women, never men, to abandon their careers for the sake of their children. In the early 90s, the likes of then President William Dannemeyer, a pro-life Republican from California, took to the floor of the House of Representatives to denounce the devastation. The results, when working mothers put careers ahead of children and rationalized material beliefs in the name of children, More recently, pro-life radio bully Laura Schlesinger authored the vindictively anti-working mother book subtitled "Don't Have Them If You Won't Raise Them." In Schlesinger's view, career is pitted against family as if the two would never be compatible. In 2005, a fellow at Concerned Women for America continued the battering of the selfish working mother, writing, "Nature will not forever be denied. Women are beginning to see the cost of imbibing the unnatural cocktail of self-centeredness served by the new-century postmodernism. For many women, the career track that lured so enticingly has become a daily grind that merely pays the bills, a treadmill that is no golden pathway to their dreams." It is interesting that the pro-life critique is inevitably aimed at some middle and upper class moms who supposedly had the choice not to work. In the pro-life view, most women work not because they have bills to pay, but because of some self-indulgent whim. The pro-life camp offers an unending monologue about how pro-child they are, yet in the kind of twisted logic, pro-life operations have sought to defend children by trying to make it harder to be a working parent. For example, most of the Senate opposition to the Family Medical Leave Act was for pro-lifers. While much cherished by the American people, the Family Medical Leave Act allows working parents for the first time in U.S. history to take leave from the work to care for a newborn. Wouldn't this be exactly the type of legislation that makes it easier to have a baby and raise a happy one? 90% of the senators who voted against the Family Medical Leave Act are fervently pro-life. Unfortunately, this is typical behavior from the supposedly pro-child, pro-lifers. The Citizens Defense Fund, the International Children's Advocacy Group, an organization that takes no position on the abortion debate, recently released a 2004 congressional rankings for children. 100% are pro-life. The pro-life movement mobilized countless volunteers and invested stunningly large sums to elect those who actively work to strip children of basic protections, educational funding, health care, unemployment, benefits for their parents, and the very things that make it easier for a family to have and raise a child. And those ranked as best for legislators for children, 95% are pro-choice. In her book, The Fetus a Person, a comparison of policies across the 50 states, Jean Reeves-Strobel compares pro-life and pro-choice states and how they treat children. She found that no evidence was found that pro-life states had adopted a comprehensive range of policies designed to protect and assist the weakest and most vulnerable in our society. Instead, the opposite appeared to be true. Pro-choice states were more likely to favor adoption and provide aid for needy children. Simply, pro-life states make it difficult for women to have abortions, but they do not help these women provide for the children once born. Pro-life states also spend less money for people on kindergarten through 12th grade education. Struggle concludes, pro-choice states are more committed to providing for the society's weakest and most vulnerable than pro-life states. It's a sad irony that the sharpest attacks not only on working women but also on child care are part of the broad agenda of many national pro-life groups, like Focus on the Family Research Council, and Concerned Women for America. Concerned Women for America was founded by Tim LaHaye and his wife Beverly. Tim LaHaye is better known as the author of the Left Behind series, which details the events surrounding the Christian right's much anticipated rapture. In his nonfiction work, LaHaye has sketched a religious right utopia where there is no separation of church and state, abortion is outlawed, and women, in LaHaye's version, stay home to raise their babies, renounce feminism, and obey their husbands as the spiritual head of the family. In keeping with this vision, Concerned Women for America leads campaigns against contraception and the earliest abortion methods. Its website includes articles such as Career or Family, an important enough question that it was assigned to two, one should assume childless interns. The interns answer, stay home. At Concerned Women for America, at least, there's no hypocrisy. Working women where they lead the life they preach. Indeed, even if it sounds rather quaint to the rest of us, the organization enforces that mothers should be mothers-only lifestyle. In 1997, the Washington Post described conditions this way. When working women become pregnant, at Concerned Women for America, a conservative advocacy group in Washington, their boss tells them when working women become pregnant at Concerned Women for America, the conservative advocacy group in Washington, their boss tells them, congratulations, you've just gotten a promotion in life, becoming a full-time mom. There is no paid maternity leave, and almost all new mothers there quit to stay home full-time. Certainly the attack on child care has evolved. No longer is the child care worker the monster. Now it's the experience of spending time away from mom that damages kids. It's as if the very idea of professional childcare is corrupting, harmful. And how nicely this serves the pro-life agenda. For example, the Illinois Right to Life Committee reports on its website, Study finds daycare detrimental to children. LifeSite, an international pro-life website, helped promote the fears of childcare with an article titled "World's Foremost Childcare Study Shows Daycare Leads to Aggression." The Pro-Life Family Research Council hosted a forum about the book "Daycare Deception: What the Childcare Establishment Isn't Telling Us." The book was written by Brian Robertson, fellow at the Pro-Life Howard Center for Family, Religion, and Society, an organization with a mission to affirm the natural human family as established by the Creator, and the ideas that follow the introduction of the pill challenge the family's very legitimacy as an institution. Needless to say, Robertson believes that childcare is a feminist plot. The new feminist version of women's empowerment requires all mothers to pursue careers and be economically independent of their husbands, explains Robertson, adding, "It cannot abide the realities of motherhood." All the protest against daycare, remember, stems from a deep distrust of independent working women, who in turn have flourished as a result of birth control. Yet, it turns out that the facts about childcare, when viewed without a political agenda, tell a more positive story. The allegations that daycare is detrimental to children are, at best, exaggerated, at worst, outright lies. Most of the recent attacks are based on one study, which continues to be debated even among the author. Jay Belsky, a professor at the University of London, is the only researcher in the bunch to claim that non-maternal care can lead to more aggressive behaviors in some children. For the record, Belsky is not against childcare and even helped found an infant daycare center as a professor at Pennsylvania State University in the 70s. Belsky's contentions, and the source of all the controversy, is that 17% of kids in daycare show more aggressive behaviors than those in maternal care, and, by the way, that acting out behavior disappears by age 3. Still, Belsky tends to find the fraction that misbehave through age 2 significant, much more than any of his colleagues. As one puts it, we're not seeing the child care produce super aggressive kids, but the important point is, what does his finding mean? Is it, as the pro-life side asserts, a condemnation of any woman who would risk her child in daycare, or is it a call for improved quality of child care? Belsky himself isn't sure. It could have led to the conclusion that we should have more parental leave. It might have drawn the conclusion that we should assure that our care is of highest quality. Belsky explained in an interview. All of this creates an alarming pattern. First, pro-life groups work to keep birth control from women. Concurrently, they assert that child care is bad, an assertion that carries with it the implication that women who rely on child care are bad as well. These accusations, these complaints, come with no accompanying solution, except that women should stay at home, caring for their young. The pro-life movement has no campaign underway to devote more funding to make quality child care more available or affordable, or better. Despite the punitive rhetoric of the right, bolstered, as always, by nostalgia for a way they imagine the world once was, the truth is that women flooded into the workplace not because they are uniquely selfish creatures who don't care about their children. Working women themselves tell a different story. They believe that a happy mom is a better mom. Don't forget those surveys that show that half of today's stay-at-home moms would, if they had another chance, pursue a career. Or that only 20% of women in the workforce would rather be idealized by homers. Not only that, but many also believe that having more balance in their lives, being both a breadwinner and a PTA member, makes them better mothers.
Hello, Missouri. Hi, my name is Katie Woodruff, and I'm from Springfield, Missouri. And I'm here because I support women. In December, a 3-day Senate hearing was conducted to discuss the bill, with both supporters and opponents testifying. The opposition argued that the most dangerous aspect of the bill was that it would ban abortion at a point at which many women don't even yet know that they are pregnant, because a heartbeat can be detected in some cases as early as 18 days after conception, and most women don't even miss their period until 14 days post-conception. The window for obtaining an abortion would be almost impossible to hit. Dr. Lisa Cariona, a member of Physicians for Reproductive Health and Choice, has said as much in her testimony. This bill is effectively a ban on abortion, since the heartbeat is usually detected between the 5th and 6th week after the last menstrual period, often before a woman even realizes that she is pregnant. Banning abortion has never stopped abortion from happening. It has only made abortion unsafe or more difficult to obtain. Worldwide, 48% of abortions are unsafe. As a physician, I do not want to go back in time and see unsafe abortion in Ohio. Corona, who served low-income women in the Senate through her work at preterm an abortion clinic in Cleveland, was especially concerned about the effect that a virtual ban would have on her own patients. It would have presented a lot of issues. It would have required women to travel to other places to have abortions if they wanted to have them, she said. But the patients that I care for are of so little means already. It would have forced them to continue their pregnancy. We would have had a lot more women that are having babies that don't want to have them. It's not a children into the world. Kelly Copeland, executive director of NARAL Pro-Choice Ohio, attended the hearings and later reported the impact that the testimony of Corona and several other physicians had on the committee. I think one of the things that got in particular, the chairman of the Senate committee was a member of the physicians who came and testified, she recalls. He asked one of the doctors who was with the Ohio State Medical Center what would happen if this bill passed. In terms of the doctor's colleagues, and I think the doctor really shocked him because he said that doctors who are residents in Ohio are now leaving because of the bills they already passed. Copeland was referring to 4 bills that had passed the year before, which among other things banned later term abortion without providing a health exemption and prohibited abortion from being covered by insurance plans. The chairman physically sat back in his seat, Copeland said. He was really shocked by that. Every doctor who testified after that, the chairman asked them the same question, and they said the same thing. The doctors were leaving the states in droves. It's a bad environment already, and the heartbeat bill would make it impossible. Ohio already has an OBGYN shortage. That's pretty commonly known. So to have doctor after doctor testify that if you pass this, we're leaving, I think it really shook them up. I don't think that's something they expected to hear. They should have, of course. Although the testimony obviously moved the senators to be cautious about the bill, it was the behavior of those who supported the ban that was the final straw. Eager to call Senate President Tom Nichu's worried that the bill was not clear enough. The backers proposed some adjustments. Those adjustments ended up being 20 proposed amendments. As a result, Nihas called off the rest of the hearings. These 11th-hour revisions only served to create more uncertainty about a very contentious issue, he said. We've now heard hours of testimony that indicate a sharp disagreement within the pro-life community over the direction of this bill. I believe our members need additional time to weigh the arguments. The bill was officially tabled until 2012. With no idea of when a vote would be scheduled in the Senate, the heartbeat ban supporters began 2012 on a mission to get a vote on the bill and were willing to use any kind of tactic to make that happen, including those involving children and stuffed animals. In January, Pro-Life Action bused 50 children to the Capitol to lobby for a hearing on the heartbeat ban. One young boy, only 8-year-old, chastised the senator, saying, "I'm here to save babies with beating hearts, and I want to tell the senators to pass the heartbeat bill right now. And when I mean right now, I mean right now." The children didn't come empty-handed either. Each one brought a stuffed bear to give a senator. The bear came complete with a recorded heartbeat. Although the event got the attention of the media, the senators were less than impressed. Nearly all of them tried to return their bears, saying that they were concerned that the amount animals cost exceeded the maximum they were allowed to receive in gifts without reporting on their financial disclosure forms. The bears and children were also seen as manipulative toys by some senators. I'm not at all supportive of the bill, but I'm not supportive of them sending kids to my office with a teddy bear that mimics a heartbeat either, Democratic Senator Shirley Smith told the Huffington Post. I thought that was a very cheap exploitation of kids. I would rather them come in my office and ask to sit down and talk about it, rather than send a kid into my office. I didn't like it at all. Kelly Copeland also heard from many legislators who were concerned about children being used as pawns in the group's anti-abortion message. I think a lot of folks looked at the flowers and other things as stuff. I think that was how it was received in a lot of the Senate offices as well, she said. The one thing that got a little different reaction was when they had children come and lobby and deliver the teddy bears. One of the Senate staffers told me that it kind of disturbed them because some of the kids were quite young. Their family walked them to the door of the Senate office but didn't go in with them. She told me that the kids that walked into her office looked pretty scared and intimidated. So I think that was received with a little more concern, how the kids may have been exploited. Despite the controversy, the bears and the young messengers were just the beginning. On February 14, 2012, 1 year after beginning their initial legislative push with balloons, the Heartbeat Band proponents switched deliveries, with Porter and her cohort sending 2,000 roses to the Senate, 1 dozen roses to the Senate leaders, and 8 dozen to each member of the committees that would need to pass the bill before it could go to the full body. This is the largest rose delivery in State House history, Porter told reporters. Last year, we had the biggest balloon delivery in the State House history, but helium balloons aren't allowed in the Senate, as it turns out. We had a delivery of red roses. A follow-up push to force the Senate to vote on the bill came in April, when Wilkie took out a full-page ad in the Columbus Dispatch, attacking Senate leaders and others he accused of blocking the bill. The ad, which took the form of an open letter from Wilkie, demanded Ohioans put pressure on their elected representatives, calling it his dying wish. Republican senators who run on a pro-life platform have been sitting on the heartbeat bill since it passed the Ohio House of Representatives in June of 2011. They will tell you that they have passed several pro-life bills this session. That is true, and we commend them for their regulatory bills. But make no mistake, when I founded the pro-life movement, it wasn't to regulate how abortions would be done. It was to bring the abortion killing to an end. Tell the Ohio GOP Senate to pass the strongest heartbeat bill now, or we will work to replace them with people who will. Fed up with the pressure tactics, Senate President Tom Niehaus sent an open letter to pro-life supporters the following month and made it clear that he was no longer going to allow the Faith to Action and their followers to badger the Senate over not bringing the bill up for a vote. Unfortunately, the leaders of an organization called Faith to Action have made exaggerated and inflammatory statements about the status of House Bill 125 without offering a full explanation of how the debate has emerged within the pro-life community. Their claim that we lose more than a school bus full of children every day due to a lack of Senate action on the bill is simply false. And I will not continue to allow the organization to question the commitment of my colleagues to end the scourge of abortion. Ohio State Republicans have done more in the past 16 months to advance the protections of unborn children than any previous General Assembly in our state's history. Niehaus explicitly stated there would be no vote unless advocates could come up with a compromise that would allow the ban to go into effect without a court battle. That announcement should have been the death knell to the heartbeat ban, but it wasn't, as Porter responded to the Niehaus open letter with one of her own. Make no mistake, this bill was crafted with the Supreme Court in mind. Those who say this bill is unconstitutional fail to realize that it is Roe v. Wade that is unconstitutional, and the only way to reverse it is with a challenge. If the few who if the few who stand against the heartbeat bill want a gutted, informed consent only bill, the best thing the Ohio Senate can do is to pass the strongest heartbeat bill now. If the naysayers are right and the court says no to legal protection, the survivability clause would ensure that they still get everything they say they want, informed consent. Meanwhile, the trigger clause in the bill would restore legal protection to babies with a favorable high court ruling in the future. There simply is no downside. As a former president of Ohio Right to Life, Jane Grimm said, the heartbeat bill is a win-win for everyone. Let the judges decide what's constitutional and let the Senate do what we elected them to do, protect human life. Porter's ceaseless campaigning wasn't just an attempt to pass a groundbreaking abortion ban. It was an effort to build her group's profile and raise money as well. There's no question that she's been fundraising and building organizations, said Kelly Copeland. They've done quite a bit of fundraising throughout their advocacy. So definitely I think that's a component. I also think that there's a bit of an ego thing here for her as well. It's been interesting watching her and President Niehaus communicate with each other through the press. It's clearly two egos. While it may have been easy to write off Porter's bravado as a symptom of her staunchy anti-abortion politics, the truth is that the anti-abortion advocates had every reason to feel comfortable litigating controversial abortion issues like this in the state of Ohio, a jurisdiction in which they've often met with significant success. As an example, in June 2004, Ohio passed HB 126, a law that banned off-label use of neostigmine, an abortion-inducing medicine. On the surface, this would have seemed to have little to do with the heartbeat ban, aside from the fact that both laws restrict abortion rights and access. However, litigation success surrounding the neostigmine ban helps to explain why Ohio abortion advocates have pushed so hard for the heartbeat ban, despite strong opposition. HB 126 regulates and restricts the use of neostigmine by mandating that it can be administered only in the exact dosage approved by the Food and Drug Administration back in 2000. This is a significant and intentional prohibition of off-label use of the drug, a common medical practice by which doctors alter the dosage of a medication based on current medical knowledge and individual patient needs. The law also imposes criminal and administrative penalties on doctors who prescribe neostigmine more than 49 days after a woman's last menstrual period. For abortion-seeking women with gestational ages through 49 days, last menstrual pregnant period. House Bill 126 requires an oral dose of 600 milligrams of neostigmine, followed by an oral administration of a lower dosage of misoprostol 2 days later, as dictated by the FDA original approval in 2000. However, over the past dozen years, medical practitioners have learned that this dosage is approximately 3 times the amount of misoprostol needed to induce an abortion in many cases. While ingesting 600 milligrams of misoprostol is considered safe, there is no advantage or medical need to take 3 times that amount. The increased dosage also adds $200 to the price of an abortion, often leaving surgical abortion as a cheaper option. Yet this is the law in Ohio. The state's decisions to force doctors to ignore their own experience and best practices to adhere to an out-of-date FDA protocol means that not only are legislators purposely driving up the cost and inconvenience of a medical abortion, but they have also managed to coerce a large number of doctors to refuse to provide them altogether. I think it's definitely true that doctors are not offering medical abortions because of the restrictions, says Dr. Lisa Cronin. I know personally, when it came to my institution, I intended to get medical abortion on the formulary for the hospital, or at least in my private office. I couldn't get it in the formulary. The updated protocol also requires women to make 4 separate clinic visits when taking the mifepristone, including one for a follow-up ultrasound to confirm the termination of the pregnancy. House Bill 126 mandates that this is legal recourse or legal course of medical treatment for women, allowing no exceptions of any kind. It is, in effect, a medical protocol frozen in time. As evidence-based medical practitioner, it is appalling to me that I cannot provide medical abortions the way that is most effective and most cost-effective for patients, says Cronin. We do offer medical abortions at preterm, but we have to give them the FDA regime, which costs more money and doesn't work. It makes me angry every time I have to give it to patients. I know they only need 1 pill instead of 3, and where I know that they can do it in a manner that's more convenient for them, so they don't have to come in for separate visits. Almost immediately after HB 126 was passed in 2004, Planned Parenthood, on behalf of 3 affiliates in Ohio and preterm in Cleveland, filed suit seeking a preliminary injunction and challenged the bill as unconstitutionally vague, unduly burdensome to abortion rights, and violating women's right to privacy and bodily integrity. On September 22, 2004, U.S. District Court Judge Susan DeWatt sided with the plaintiffs, issuing a preliminary injunction preventing the law from going into effect. Abortion opponents then appealed the decision to the U.S. Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals. The appeal resulted in the injunction being mandated back to the district court for further procedure. The plaintiffs renewed their motion to have the bill blocked preliminary, and in September 2006, the district court agreed. Following this, the state of Ohio appealed to the Sixth Circuit to have the injunction overturned and challenged the district court's finding that the law was unconstitutional because it contained no exception for the health of the mother. Desiring guidance on how to proceed, the Sixth Circuit certified 2 questions to the Ohio Supreme Court, asking if HB 126 required that physicians who perform abortions using mifepristone do so in compliance with the 49-day gestational limit described in the FDA approval letter, and if doctors using mifepristone must do so in compliance with the treatment protocols and dosage indications described in the drug's final printed labeling. On July 1, 2009, the Ohio Supreme Court handed anti-abortion activists a decisive victory by answering yes to both questions, stating that the provisions of HB 126 are not ambiguous. It allows physicians to provide or prescribe mifepristone to a patient to induce an abortion only if the physician provides RU 486 mifepristone in accordance with all provisions of the federal law that govern the use of RU 486 for inducing abortions. Based on this decision, the U.S. Sixth Circuit of Appeals remanded the case back to the district court, vacating the 2006 permanent injunction but leaving the 2004 preliminary injunction in effect. In May 2011, the district court again sided with the plaintiffs, ruling that the law was unconstitutional. That order was appealed to the Sixth Circuit, and in October, a divided court upheld the law, and in doing so, created yet another dangerous restriction on abortion access based on faulty medical evidence and spurious political motives. As a result, most medical providers in Ohio have stopped using RU 486 altogether because of the possible criminal liability attached, effectively making abortions by medication unavailable in the state. It is thus no surprise that Faith to Action would aggressively pursue a wide-ranging and controversial abortion restriction like the heartbeat ban, as they now have years of judicial signals that the high courts of the state are on their side. They no longer need to worry about precise legislative language, since they can get the desired result without it. If the bill is vague and tied up in litigation, it will spook providers from offering the challenging services. And if it is not, the case law is increasingly shifting rightward away from women's liberty interests and towards states' interest in protecting potential life. Since the battle of the open letter, Porter's tactics have changed. Gone are the cookies, balloons, roses, children, and stuffed animals. Now she and her fellow heartbeat band opponents are digging their heels in even harder, targeting lawmakers with newspaper ads, phone calls, emails, and mailings. This is a warning shot across the bow, Porter said in press conference, holding up a copy of a newspaper ad. You see this? Do you like this? Well, it's only going to get more hard-hitting. It is going to get more frequent, and as I have said before, we're just getting started. The legislative session ended on June 15, 2012, without the heartbeat ban ever coming up for a vote. Porter may have just been getting started, but Niehaus appeared to be done. At the time, Kelly Copeland predicted that as an outright abortion ban, the bill was likely to make it to the floor while Niehaus was controlling the chamber. Janet has tangled with the wrong guy when it comes to the Senate president. He is definitely unmovable with regard to the heartbeat ban the way it stands, said Copeland. She suggested that the ban might morph into a different restriction, such as informed consent bill or a mandatory ultrasound. There's a chance they could move something during the lame ducks in November or December before they finally adjourn for the session or into the next year. In November 2012, as the lame duck session ended in Ohio, the Ohio legislature opened up with a House panel vote to revamp the state funding payments to family planning agencies in order to reduce or altogether eliminate funds to Planned Parenthood clinics. Rumors swirled that a compromise had been reached on the heartbeat ban. However, a term-limited Niehaus made blocking both bills from a full Senate vote his last act, telling his caucus he would not put either issue up for a vote, asking them to respect his decision.
Hello, Missouri, inquiry. Hello, my name is Sophie Slater, and I'm from Springfield, Missouri, and I am here today because I believe Missouri women should be able to make their own choices about their health care, and that should not be up to the Missouri legislature. I will continue reading where Katie ended. In the end, despite their disagreements, Copeland expects that the anti-abortion forces will find a way to work together and pass the bill, as well as reach their true goal, eliminating a woman's right to control her reproductive health. I think the thing that sometimes gets lost in all this is that they don't disagree about the goal, which is outlawing all abortions. It's just how to best do it. That's still a unifying thing. Wisconsin, the end of medication abortion. On April 5th, 2012, the day before Good Friday, with lawmakers, reporters, and policy trackers getting ready for the coming Easter weekend, embattled Governor Scott Walker quietly signed into law a piece of legislation that would end medication abortion in the state of Wisconsin. The Republican governor wasn't normally this shy about his political actions. Within a matter of weeks after being sworn into office in 2011, for example, he began an outright assault on the state's unions, trying to end their power to bargain collectively. Walker's previous efforts to overturn legislation that provided access to reproductive health care and affordable contraceptive coverage had also been made with gusto. The governor, who had been endorsed when he was running for office by both Wisconsin Right to Life and their more rigid anti-birth control compatriots, Pro-Life Wisconsin, was quite open about his desire to deliver major financial blows to programs that assisted women with birth control coverage. His 2011 budget had eliminated a law that required insurance companies to include birth control in their coverage, declaring it an unacceptable government mandate on employers with moral objections to these services that increases the cost of health insurance for all payers. In the same budget, Walker also eliminated most of the family planning and preventative health care funds in the Badger Care program, which offered assistance to low-income and uninsured Wisconsinites. The cuts, which left more than 50,000 Wisconsin residents without access to health screenings and preventative care, were projected to save the state $140 million a year in additional medical costs. Walker considered this a necessary trade-off in order to prevent money from going to Planned Parenthood clinics in Wisconsin. However, when it came to 2011 Wisconsin Act 217, the Coercive and Webcam Abortion Prevention Act, Walker couldn't have been more secretive if he had signed the bill into law on Good Friday itself. In fact, that was the day he announced to the public that he had signed the act, along with 50 other bills that he had signed in the previous 2 days. His spokesperson claimed this wasn't an attempt to hide the legislation, but that it was simpler to announce all of the bills at the same time. Many didn't buy that line, however. Perhaps he thought that in doing this behind closed doors, with no public notice, before a holiday weekend for many families, his actions would go unnoticed. He was wrong. One Democratic representative said in a public statement, "We will not be silent. These issues are too important to ignore." The goal of the Coercive and Webcam Abortion Prevention Act, which was authored by Wisconsin Senator Mary Lazich and Representative Michelle Lichtens, and backed heavily by Wisconsin Right to Life, was to ban telemed abortions, a new type of medical access, telemed abortions, a new type of medical access to abortion that was being tried out in states across the country. As the ability to access abortion providers was being cut off due to the closing of clinics, long wait periods, regulation of who was allowed to perform procedures, and informed consent processes, such as ultrasounds and counseling, it was becoming more difficult for women, especially those in rural areas, to obtain a legal termination. First introduced in Iowa in 2008 by Planned Parenthood of the Heartland, telemed abortions allowed a woman to go to any clinic in the state, even if her doctor didn't work there, to speak with a physician and obtain RU486, the main drug used in medication abortions. Dr. Vanessa Cullins, Vice President for Medical Affairs of the Planned Parenthood Federation of America, explained the process on NPR. A woman who generally is in a rural setting or setting where there is very limited physician access will visit a healthcare center and meet with a Planned Parenthood of Heartland nurse practitioner. That nurse practitioner, who is highly skilled and qualified to provide reproductive and sexual health care, will perform both the history, a sonogram will be done, and the physical exam. The physician will meet the woman through secure internet-based video conferencing, two-way live conferencing. And it is through this modality that the woman is able to have any questions that she has about the process answered. She can inquire of possible side effects and what to expect as it relates to the medication abortion process. And at the same time, the physician is able to confirm that this woman is indeed a candidate for medication abortion. She is receiving high-quality expert care. There's absolutely no evidence that provision of medication abortion through telemedicine is in any way dangerous. In fact, the record of Planned Parenthood of Heartland is not only that it is highly safe and effective, but women are highly satisfied with abortion being provided through telemedicine services. Abortion opponents were appalled once they recognized the potential the program had to expand women's access to services. Troy Newman, the president of Operation Rescue, one of the country's most adamant and vitriolic anti-abortion organizations, filed a complaint in 2010 with the Iowa State Board of Medicine, alleging that telemed abortions were unlawful because the woman didn't meet with a doctor in person, so there wasn't a licensed physician providing the abortion. This is a prescription for disaster, Newman told the New York Times. You are removing the doctor-patient relationship from this process. And think about it, with this scheme, one abortionist sitting in his pajamas at home could literally do thousands of abortions in a week. This is about expanding their abortion base. One way or another, we're going to shut this scheme down, he promised. Healthcare just isn't a one-size-fits-all package of pills, and yet there it is. Pre-arranged, pre-packaged, out pops a package of pills. Pop. While Operation Rescue and other anti-abortion organizations tried to stop telemed abortions by going to the State Board of Medicine, lawmakers in Iowa who opposed the practice took a different approach, a funding ban. Though Planned Parenthood insisted that no federal money had been used for telemed abortions, abortion opponents refused to believe them. During the 2011 debate over H.R. 2112, the Agriculture Appropriations Bill, Iowa Republican Congressman Steve King tacked on an amendment that would have banned Planned Parenthood from receiving any sort of federal funding for telemedicine programs in general, even if the funding was to support its own infrastructure to perform other medical practices remotely. According to King, those funds could be inadvertently used for robo-Skype abortions. Some of us signed a letter, 70 of us, to Health and Human Services Secretary Kathleen Sebelius and asked if they had distributed grants for telemedicine to any of the abortion providers, including Planned Parenthood, King told Life News. Their response came back in the affirmative, and they had issued several grants to Planned Parenthood. And these funds, as near as we can determine, are being used to provide telemedicine for the robo-abortions, the robo-Skype abortions, as I've described. Despite the support for the amendment in the US Senate by then Republican Minority Leader Jim DeMint, the proposal did not pass. Undeterred, King tried again in May 2012, this time soliciting co-sponsors for what he called the Telemedicine Safety Act, a bill that was supposed to ensure that no federal money was used to support telemed abortion services. This was, in essence, a standalone version of the amendment that had been tacked on to the agriculture bill the year before. But without any pressing matter attached to it this time, the bill stalled out in committee. By this time, though, it was no longer necessary for anti-abortion activists to fund telemed abortions, as the process had actually become more helpful to the movement as a way to push for new restrictions on RU 486. Along with misoprostol, mifepristone, RU 486 is the most common drug used in medication abortions. Mifepristone blocks the body's production of progesterone, a necessary hormone for continuing a pregnancy, allowing the lining of the uterus and the cervix to soften. Misoprostol, which is given later on in the process, causes contractions, which allow the body to release the contents of the uterus, including the lining, embryo or fetus, placenta, and any other products of conception that remain. There are a number of advantages to a medication abortion over a surgical one, ranging from the smaller amount of time spent in the doctor's office, the ability to abort in private, and less invasive nature of the procedure, and the shorter recovery time. In a typical medication abortion in Wisconsin, a woman seeking a termination meets with a doctor who discusses the procedure with her. After a 24-hour waiting period, the woman can return to the clinic where she will be able to take mifepristone. She will also be given misoprostol to take later on, but is allowed to leave the clinic so that she can be at home or wherever she chooses as the abortion actually occurs. The woman is encouraged to schedule a follow-up appointment after the abortion. either at the clinic or with a doctor of her choosing, to confirm that all is well. Under Act 217, however, a woman has to meet in person with the same doctor multiple times throughout the course of the abortion process, starting with the intake, then again when she obtains the mifepristone, and then again for follow-up 12 to 18 days after the drug is taken. For doctors, a major difficulty of complying with Act 217 is the responsibility to follow up with the patient when it comes to post-procedure appointments. Based on the legislation, though, the patient is allowed to refuse a follow-up appointment. The doctor can still be held responsible for not seeing her, which can result in professional discipline and even a potential loss of his or her medical license. The doctor is also held responsible for screening a patient for potential coercion, a sign that the decision to abort was not one she came to of her own free will. Overall, Act 217 creates a new level of legislative interference in medical protocol, with potentially severe consequences, as doctors who break the law can be charged with a Class 1 felony, resulting in a $10,000 fine, a 3.5-year prison sentence, or both. In addition, any doctor charged with breaking the law would be unable to defend him or herself in court without assuming enormous legal bills. Although doctors have insurance that pays for their defense in a malpractice suit, there is no such coverage when it comes to defending from a felony, since most professional liability policies contain crime fraud protection exemptions. What we do would be defensible, said Dr. Frederick Rokerson, a Wisconsin member of the Board of Physicians for Reproductive Health and Choice, but we'd have to pay to defend it. As a result of these potentially heavy penalties, medical practitioners in the state nearly unanimously called on Governor Walker to veto Act 217. The Medical College of Wisconsin, Wisconsin Medical Society, and the Wisconsin Academy of Family Physicians all opposed the bill, an unprecedented move from organizations that normally try to stay as far away as possible from endorsing or opposing legislation. Dr. Brookhuizen said it was the first time that the Wisconsin Medical Society had taken a stand on any abortion law. Multiple advocacy groups also argued that the law was too vaguely written to be certain what would and what wouldn't be enforced. Dr. Brookhuizen believed the bill was meant to present a set of minimum safety standards for patient care that would go mostly under the radar, allowing an overzealous prosecutor to later charge a doctor based on one of the vague, legally ambiguous points in the law, putting medical abortion availability for the entire state at risk. Legislating medication abortions isn't a totally new concept, as Ohio passed a bill in 2004 that mandated how to provide RU 486 based on FDA regulations versus medical best practices. But that lone restriction was the only one until anti-abortion politicians started embracing the idea of legislating non-surgical abortions out of existence. Medication abortion was approved in 2000, and for the most part we didn't see anything on that method until 2011. And all of a sudden we see these bills, and they become law, whether it be a telemedicine ban or an FDA protocol bill, said Elizabeth Nash of the Guttemacher Institute, which conducts research on reproductive health. These things essentially stop providers from administering medication abortion, either because you're using an outdated protocol that nobody would use, or you're doing this telemedicine ban, which you wouldn't think would shut down clinics, but it shut down every clinic, or it shut down the use of medication abortion completely in Wisconsin. I just think you adopt those kinds of restrictions and you are not chipping away at Roe, you are hacking away at Roe without ever entering a courtroom. Wisconsin Right to Life put the full force of its lobbying arm behind Act 217, encouraging supporters to sign petitions, contact legislators, and fill the hearing room when the bill was introduced in the House committee. The group also promoted a video of a dramatized RU 486 chemical abortion interview, meant to explain why a woman needed to meet multiple times with the same doctor prior to termination. In the video, a doctor tells a woman who is uncertain as to whether or not she should have an abortion that once it is clear she doesn't have an ectopic pregnancy, she can begin the procedure. After all, it's just tissue, the woman tells the doctor, obviously trying to convince herself that she is justified in ending the pregnancy. Well, we are all just tissue, the doctor replies, as the camera goes shaky and the picture flickers in and out. The doctor then begins to describe the procedure, including cutting off nutrient to the embryo to kill it, as well as the physical and emotional pain the woman will experience in the several weeks it could take to complete the abortion. The pain while you are waiting for it to happen may be hard. Cleaning up afterwards may be harder, the doctor says dispassionately. Participating in your own abortion may be the hardest part of it all. Are you prepared for what you are going to see and experience? The woman responds that she hadn't really thought about that, as she looks away from the camera near tears. The video ends with her sitting in her car, watching a mother carry a toddler to a nearby vehicle. Whether the over-the-top advocacy worked or the bill was already a sure thing in the Republican-dominated Assembly, Act 217 passed during a knockdown, drag-out legislative session that went far into the night. The debate lasted nearly 3 hours and included a Democratic attempt to add an amendment forcing men to have rectal exams prior to receiving erectile dysfunction drugs. Having previously passed the state Senate, the bill went straight to the governor for signature on March 16, 2012. Despite the vast support of the legislature and his outspoken opposition to a woman's right to choose, Walker waited several weeks before signing Act 217 into law. Why would a man who had made restricting access to abortion, subsidized birth control, family planning, and even emergency contraception the center point of his election campaign in 2010, try to hide one of the most sweeping abortion restriction bills the state of Wisconsin had ever seen? It could have been an attempt to rehabilitate his image as he drew closer to the June 5th recall election, and could have evicted him from office before he had even finished his first term. No governor had ever successfully weathered a recall effort, and Walker might have felt that the last thing he needed was appear to be doing a victory lap in another battle in the war against women. Still, there was a more likely reason for his silence. It gave his opponents less time to marshal their resources against the bill. As news of Act 217 being signed into law began to trickle out into the media, many of those who opposed the bill had already left for the long holiday weekend, planning to resume their push the following week to call on the governor to veto the legislation. By the time medical personnel and advocates were back in their offices the following week, several days had passed since Walker had signed the law, which was scheduled to go into effect on April 20th. That provided a much smaller window of time for these groups to talk to their legal counsels and come up with a strategy to continue providing services under the law. Because of the nebulous legal terrain that Act 217 created, Planned Parenthood of Wisconsin announced on April 21, 2012, that until its lawyers could better determine the ramifications of the bill, medication abortions at all their clinics would be suspended. Nicole Safar, the group's public policy director, noted that with Governor Walker signing the bill into law over a holiday weekend, Planned Parenthood's lawyers simply had not had enough time to fully analyze the impact of the new law and how, or even if, their providers could comply without endangering their careers. We have not even had 2 weeks to look at this, explained Safar. The legislature is actually dictating patient care, and we are working with our lawyers to see how this affects medical best practices and procedures. She said it was too risky to perform the procedure in the state until Planned Parenthood was confident it understood the law. The news was shocking for pro-choice advocates, as Planned Parenthood was the major provider of abortions in the state, and roughly 25% of women who came in for the procedure opted for a medication abortion. Abortion opponents, on the other hand, were overjoyed. as they had found a way to restrict abortion access further in Wisconsin. Barbara Lyons, executive director of Wisconsin Right to Life, called the news a true victory for Wisconsin women, because chemical abortions comprise 26% of Wisconsin abortions, she said. Their suspension will result in another decline in Wisconsin abortions, which is great news for mothers and babies. Pro-Life Wisconsin was more cautious, concerned that the Planned Parenthood move was just a ploy to convince anti-abortion activists to let down their guard. While they told a local news station, any day Planned Parenthood is not performing an RU 486 abortion is a good one, on their website they added this caveat. However, we remain suspicious of their plans. On May 11, 2012, 3 weeks after the Planned Parenthood announcement, Affiliated Medical Services, the last provider of medication abortions in the state of Wisconsin, announced on its website that it would no longer offer the service either. Less than a month after Walker had signed Act 217 into law, access to medication abortions in Wisconsin was over. NARAL Pro-Choice Wisconsin lamented the loss of access. It is unacceptable that women are losing healthcare options because Walker has put his extreme social agenda ahead of what is best for women's health. Lisa Subuk, the group's executive director, told reporters. Women lose out when out-of-control politicians like Scott Walker practice medicine without a license and interfere in the relationship between doctors and their patients. With Act 217, anti-abortion advocates in Wisconsin were able to build on the lessons they had learned from their colleagues in Ohio, showing how a purposely vague anti-abortion statute could successfully eradicate access while simultaneously creating fodder for a legal challenge to Roe v. Wade. Several aspects of Act 217 are designed to make specific inroads against Roe and further segregate out the delivery of women's health care. First is the idea of coercion in the context of informed consent. Historically, dictating medical procedures or patient disclosures under the guise of empowering women with information, supposedly so they can properly consent to the procedure, has been the most successful means of restricting abortion access. However, informed consent as a prerequisite for medical treatment is a legal concept grounded in notions of fundamental human rights, a fact Act 217 and other similar bills that attempt to tackle the idea of coerced abortions lively overlook. Built into the idea of informed consent is the presumption that such consent is given voluntarily. Coercion bills turn that idea on its head, shifting the legal burden of establishing voluntary consent to physicians. For example, the language of Wisconsin Section 253.103b, the state's coercion bill, reads in part, consent under this section to an abortion is voluntary only if the consent is given freely and without coercion by any person. The physician who is to perform or induce the abortion shall determine whether the woman's consent is in fact voluntary. The physician shall make the determination by speaking to the woman in person, out of the presence of anyone working for or with the physician. If the physician has reason to suspect that the woman is in danger of being physically harmed by anyone who is coercing the woman to consent to an abortion against her will, the physician shall inform the woman of services for victims or individuals at risk of domestic abuse and provide her with private access to a telephone. Other than requiring the physician to speak to the woman alone and ask her if she is being coerced into terminating her pregnancy, the law gives zero guidance on how doctors are to make such a determination, let alone prove they follow these guidelines should they ever be challenged. Furthermore, doctors are already mandatory reporters, so should a woman present with evidence of assault or domestic violence, standard of care protocols dictate that they make a reasonable inquiry into the decision. It's clear how Act 217 supplements, complements, or conflicts with that common law standard of care. And since malpractice standards are governed by violations of the standard of care, There's also an open question as to the impact 217 would have on medical malpractice liability. In addition, any informed consent requirement in the context of abortion regulation must also consider the doctor's constitutional speech rights. In Casey, the Supreme Court held that a requirement that a doctor give a woman certain information as part of obtaining her consent to an abortion implicates a physician's First Amendment right not to speak, but only as part of the practice of medicine, subject to reasonable licensing and regulation by the state. Normally, the government's ability to regulate speech is limited, but in the context of abortion disclosures, that is not quite the case, because states regulate the practice of medicine and do so to provide a common good. The court held in Casey that doctors' First Amendment rights be restricted and, as it turns out, even circumscribed. So the question remains, is it reasonable for the state of Wisconsin to mandate an additional nebulous procedure in the course of treatment for a woman seeking an abortion and attach criminal penalties for failing to comply? The other issue waiting to surface in the wake of Act 217 is the manner in which it restricts the use of RU 486. According to Gonzalez versus Carhart, states are free to regulate specific medical practices, even if those regulations are not grounded in medical consensus. The requirements that women follow up to multiple times with their prescribing doctors fly in the face of the scientific evidence that RU 486 is as safe and effective as a surgical abortion when done within the first 9 weeks of pregnancy. Furthermore, in a state as rural as Wisconsin, telemed abortions represent a real benefit for many women who are isolated from urban health clinics or hospitals where alternative abortion care would be available if needed. For these women, Act 217 cuts off access to the safest, cheapest, and most immediate abortion care, and instead exposes them to greater risk and expense. Even with a legal challenge, it is unlikely this will change.
Missouri citizen advocate for you.
Thank you. I yield the microphone.
I'm Ellis Cole from Springfield, and I'm here because I support a woman's right to make her own healthcare decisions. On December 11, 2012, almost 8 months after announcing it would no longer provide medication abortions in the state, Planned Parenthood of Wisconsin filed suit against the enforcement of Act 217, claiming that the bill violated due process by being too vague in explaining what doctors must do to satisfy the components of the law. Lawyers for the group said that the organization had waited months to file suit in order to determine if there was any way that they could potentially comply with the new law. Planned Parenthood wanted to comply. They did not take the decision to litigate lightly. Lawyer Susan Crawford told reporters during a conference call announcing the suit. The process takes time and is a huge use of resources. It was not brought about lightly and only after great consideration. The Planned Parenthood of Wisconsin President and CEO Terry Hoyt, we are in court to make sure that once again pregnancy decisions reside with the woman, her family, and her faith, with the counsel of her doctor. Idaho, will a fetus in a shoebox turn a single mother into the next row? Jenny Lynn McCormick believed that having an abortion was the best decision she could make for the sake of her children. Like a vast percentage of the 1 in 3 women who get an abortion, McCormick already was a mother. Her 3 children, one of whom was still a toddler, already stretched her thin both financially and emotionally. The man who had gotten her pregnant was in jail. Adding another child to the family simply wasn't something she could do without neglecting the children she had already dedicated her life to. McCormick knew that getting an abortion was not going to be easy. She lived in Bannock County, a rural, heavily Mormon part of Idaho, and finding a local provider who would do a termination was impossible, as was traveling more than 2 hours by car to Salt Lake City, Utah, the site of the closest abortion clinic. McCormick didn't have a car of her own, and with a 24-hour mandatory waiting period in Utah, this was in 2010, currently the waiting period is 3 days. She would either need to make the trip twice or stay overnight and pay for the cost of a hotel. This was on top of paying for the actual abortion, which was no small expense, since McCormick believed she was in her second trimester, a point at which the cost of an abortion escalates significantly. In desperation, McCormick spoke to her sister, who ordered RU-46 off the internet and had the pills shipped to her. McCormick just wanted to end her pregnancy quickly and privately and move on with trying to make the best life she could for her children and the meager resources she had. However, her private abortion never happened. Instead, when McCormick miscarried after taking RU-486, she realized that she had been quite wrong about how far along she was, and that the fetus was more developed than would be in the case of a 14-week pregnancy. In a panic, she wrapped up the body and placed it in a shoebox. A few days later, she moved the box to a covered grill on her front porch as she tried to decide what to do next. She confided her dilemma to a close friend, not expecting that he would tell his sister what had happened. The man's sister informed the police, who went to McCormick's house and arrested her for unlawful abortion. There's other things she could have done, the informant, Brenda Carnahan, told the Associated Press. She could have asked for some type of help. Carnahan believed that it was her responsibility to speak for the baby. I'm a grandmother myself, and the love and compassion I have for my grandkids, they're my life, and I felt that if somebody didn't speak up for this baby, who would? It doesn't have a voice anymore. McCormick was arrested under a 1972 statute that made it illegal in the state of Idaho for anyone other than a physician to terminate a pregnancy and prohibited abortions past the first trimester from being performed outside of a hospital setting. Since the law was nearly 40 years old at the time of McCormick's abortion in December 2010, it was difficult to be certain if the statute applied in procuring drugs off the internet. However, Bannock County prosecuting attorney Mark L. Heidemann decided that any abortion initiated by a non-Idaho practicing doctor fell under the terms of the unlawful abortion statute, and that as a result, McCormick was charged with a felony for ending the pregnancy on her own outside of a hospital. It just felt like it fit the statute, Heidemann said, and this wasn't the first time this has happened. She had abortions before and miscarriages. I mean, she was obviously getting pregnant time and time again and not protecting the unborn fetus. Heidemann's comments made it seem as if he was looking for a way to punish McCormick for her personal life, and with what he saw as a woman using abortion as a form of birth control. Ultimately, the county's attempt to convict McCormick failed, with Idaho attorney and licensed physician Richard Hearn acting as her defense lawyer. The case against McCormick was dismissed, corroborating evidence that a crime had been committed. There was no packaging from the abortion drug lying around her house, no sign of RU-486 in the fetus, and nothing that could prove McCormick did in fact take the medication or that it resulted in her miscarriage. Despite this, the judge left the case open so the prosecution could refile, should new evidence be found. McCormick, unwilling to live her life with the specter of prison looming over her, decided with the help of her lawyer to sue the state instead, challenging several abortion restrictions, including the fetal pain and illegal abortion statutes, seeking to have them declared unconstitutional. This would be the first challenge to the so-called fetal pain bans that have been spread across the country since Nebraska's successful passage of the first one in 2010. McCormick and Hearn finally succeeded in obtaining an injunction that prohibited any future criminal prosecutions under the state's illegal abortion law. Challenging the 20-week abortion ban wasn't as simple. McCormick's alleged abortion happened on December 24, 2010, but the 20-week fetal pain ban in the state of Idaho didn't go into effect until January 1, 2011. Since McCormick wasn't pregnant when the law went into effect, she technically didn't have standing to challenge it. The state argued, regardless of the fact that she had been arrested and charged under the law. The court agreed, but would not discuss McCormick's suit until the standing issue was resolved on appeal. This left the immediate challenge tied up in appellate review before the constitutionality of the law would even begin to be addressed. If there was no other plaintiff to challenge the law, the likelihood of the original injunction being lifted and the law being implemented dramatically increased. In effect, this meant that Idaho's 20-week fetal pain ban and illegal abortion statute would remain law in the state. While McCormick may have lacked standing to challenge the abortion laws, according to the lower court, Richard Hearn didn't have that problem. In an unprecedented move, he filed a motion to intervene in the case, making him a party to the same lawsuit he was pursuing on behalf of McCormick. His argument was that, as a licensed physician, he might have need at some future date to perform an abortion past the arbitrary pre-viability timeline established by the state. The judge of two occasions had found Jenny lacked the standing to bring her case challenging the laws that burden doctors in performing abortions, Hearn said, explaining why he inserted himself into what was originally a suit meant to protect women from being arrested for obtaining abortions. The court had found that Jenny did have standing for any laws that she would be punished under or would be put in jail for, but declined to find that she had standing and therefore it had jurisdiction to reach issues under those same laws as applied to the providers. The Supreme Court had given doctors standing to file suit against abortion regulations in 1976 in Singleton versus Wolf. In that case, two Missouri abortion doctors filed suit against the state's welfare statute because it would not grant benefits for abortions that were not considered medically necessary. The case turned on the question of who could best represent the interests of women seeking an abortion when those women could not represent their interests themselves. Based on the decision of the Wolf case, the answer was physicians. According to the ruling, a woman cannot safely secure an abortion without the aid of a physician, and an impecunious woman cannot easily secure an abortion without the physician being paid by the state. Therefore, the court concluded a woman could exercise her right to choose an abortion only with the aid of a doctor, which meant that doctors had standing to challenge any abortion restrictions themselves. As a practitioner in Idaho, Richard Hearn had an immediate interest in challenging the strict abortion laws of the state, as he was potentially the only provider some women would have access to. As a physician, I am obviously such a provider, and so I was able to correct that problem by intervening to challenge the laws, because those laws can be used to punish me, Hearn said. The court did find that I had standing to do that. Hearn had standing for a second reason as well. While I have to be injured by the threat of being prosecuted, he said, it is not my right to perform abortion. I don't have any constitutional right to practice medicine, much less to perform an abortion. So I will not be asserting any rights that I have. And the courts have already found that doctors can assert the rights of their patients in the abortion context. So a doctor or a group of doctors and providers does have standing to represent the rights of the patient. Although Hearn hadn't practiced medicine in several years, his motion to intervene was granted, making him a plaintiff in the lawsuit he had started on McCormick's behalf. Yet, while Hearn was able to represent her interests to some degree, in reality, the court had largely removed McCormick from the proceedings and placed her interest in the hands of surrogates. In a sense, the court had determined that everyone but McCormick had an interest in challenging abortion laws in the state of Idaho. Hearn summed it up like this. It appears to me that to be paternalistic to say that women must depend upon primarily male doctors to get into a court to assert their rights. In some ways, this is a logical extension of women's historical legal status under common law, according to which they used to be considered akin to juveniles or other wards of the state. This lack of legal capacity has helped foster the belief that the state has an obligation to protect women, especially in the case of abortion. By recognizing abortion rights in Roe v. Wade, the Supreme Court also recognized the legal interests of third parties to have a say in the termination of a pregnancy. In some instances, such as with Hearn, the interests of these third-party advocates align with those of the women seeking an abortion, but more often than not, the situation is murkier. Adding an additional layer of consent has long been a ploy abortion opponents have used to limit a woman's right to an abortion with varying levels of success. Consent issues came up in 1976 in Planned Parenthood versus Danforth, which challenged a pair of abortion requirements in the state of Missouri. One, that a married woman seeking an abortion had to get her husband's written consent first, and two, that a girl who was under the age of 18 and not an emancipated minor had to have written consent of one of her parents before being able to terminate her pregnancy. In both instances, the state's influence was clear. A pregnant woman or teen was not considered capable of making a decision on her own and needed to confer with and gain permission from someone else in either a direct or implied paternal sense of the word. Though both requirements for consent were ultimately found unconstitutional in Danforth, that didn't stop abortion foes from continuing to use consent as a means of coercing pregnant women, and in particular teens, into giving birth. Indeed, if the state had an interest in protecting potential life, according to Casey, then, according to anti-abortion activists, the interest only increased when it came to juvenile pregnancy. For example, in July 2011, the Pennsylvania Pastors Network lent its support to a pregnant 14-year-old who was being pressured by her mother to have an abortion. The girl eventually won an injunction against her mother with assistance from the Independence Law Center of Pennsylvania, which argued that it was illegal to coerce a minor into having an abortion. The Pastors Network applauded the girl's decision to make a choice independent of her parents' wishes, saying, "This is a hard road ahead for this young girl, but we applaud her and the future paternal grandparents of the child for standing up for life." Although this girl is in a difficult situation today, it is a blessing that she has chosen not to make a mistake that would end a child's life. Ironically, the same Independence Law Center had earlier argued for judges to be given wider latitude in investigating the maturity of minors seeking abortions before granting parental consent bypasses, saying judges need to do more to respect parental authority. Much like physician intervention rights, parental consent and judicial bypass rest largely on the argument that the decision to terminate a pregnancy impacts the interests of other parties, who should therefore have a say in the matter. In no other area of law does such an intimate issue get decided by committee. As of August 2012, 37 states required some form of parental consent or notification in order for a pregnant minor to obtain an abortion, all with varying availability for judicial bypass. And, like access to abortion itself, judicial bypass is also being targeted by abortion opponents who want stricter rules on when judges can offer a bypass or want judges to take their time making a decision, adding days or longer on top of the specific waiting periods in clinics prior to the procedure. Unlike parental consent, spousal consent laws have been a less effective means of limiting a woman's right to choose. The proposition of spousal consent was one of the issues that brought about the challenge that became Planned Parenthood versus Casey. Following that decision, no one on the anti-abortion side seemed anxious to push those restrictions again. Ohio State Representative John Adams proposed a bill in 2007, but it went nowhere. For the most part, spousal consent as a gatekeeper against abortion has mostly faded as an issue. Nevertheless, the paternalistic assumption that a woman doesn't have enough autonomy to make her own decision on abortion has manifested in the proliferation of informed consent paperwork and prepared scripts that doctors in many states must offer women seeking abortions, which are ironically dubbed a woman's right to know. But things are beginning to change. In 2012, the Take Capable Unborn Children Protection Act stated, a qualified plaintiff may in a civil action obtain injunctive relief to prevent an abortion provider from performing or attempting further abortion. According to the law, a qualified plaintiff is defined as a woman upon whom an abortion is performed, or any person who is a spouse, parent, sibling, or guardian of, or a current former licensed healthcare provider of that woman. Whereas originally, only doctors were allowed to challenge laws on behalf of women who were or could be their patients, this new law allows a multitude of people to have a say in the process, including physicians who may or may not represent the interests of the woman seeking an abortion. In essence, laws that were designed to protect women and girls, regardless of their inherent chauvinism, are now being used to massively expand the number of interested parties who can make a claim on behalf of the pregnant woman or the girl's best interest, even if it is contrary to her own wishes. Virginia Lynn McCormick, that what was supposed to be a private personal decision to do what was best for her family instead turned into a very public nightmare. Word traveled quickly through her small town, and the vast majority of people turned against her. After her arrest, her mugshot ran into the local paper, a community version of the Scarlet Letter. The prosecutor appeared determined to pin on her. McCormick also lost her job working at the local dry cleaners because neighbors claimed they didn't want her touching their laundry. She was ostracized and reached a point that she barely left her home. My neighbors gave me nasty looks when I'd go out in public. They'd get all whispery. That's her, McCormick told the Los Angeles Times. My kids, they have friends that say stuff to them, the older two. I feel that they're a little bit ashamed, and that's hard. While McCormick may not have had much support in her small town, the situation is different nationally, where women's rights groups have filed friend of the court briefs in her favor. Among these groups are the Center for Reproductive Rights, a reproductive rights legal organization that is often involved in challenging state abortion restrictions, and the National Advocates for Pregnant Women. Also filing on McCormick's behalf was Legal Voice, a women's advocacy legal group that argues that if the viability standard presented by Roe v. Wade isn't upheld, women's access to abortion will disappear. The crux of the argument in the Idaho unlawful abortion law debate is who should be allowed to perform an abortion: doctors, any medical professional, or the patient herself. It's a question that, depending on how it is resolved, could change the face of access for women across the country. In some ways, the McCormick suit can be seen as the antithesis of the medication abortion laws which have been proposed in several states. For example, as we saw in Wisconsin, an attempt to regulate who is allowed to provide RU-486, as well as the protocol needed to administer the medication properly, can take a method meant to expand abortion access in rural areas and instead eliminate access by making the law so confusing that no one knows how to provide care legally. In McCormick's case, medication abortion has been taken to the other extreme. A drug that is safe for early-term abortions under a medical professional's guidance, although not necessarily physical presence, is instead obtained and used with no oversight or follow-up. Can there be such a thing as too much access? And if so, could McCormick's suit be an example of that? The situation is a complex one for both advocates of reproductive choice and those who want to restrict abortion access. On one hand, by obtaining medication and undertaking her own abortion, McCormick showed that the medical concern expressed by abortion opponents who claim drugs like RU486 are dangerous and cannot be handled without direct physical supervision is merely a ploy to hamper the abilities of the provider. On the other hand, the case demonstrates why a woman should have medical guidance when terminating a pregnancy. Visiting a clinic would have allowed McCormick to know if she was far beyond the gestational cutoff for an optimal experience with RU486. In fact, even her assumed 14th week gestation, she would not have been approved for the drug. If we succeed and we expand reproductive rights, that would be a good thing, and we're hopeful that would happen, Richard Herron says. What is interesting is that neither I nor Jenny prior to the case were abortion advocates. We weren't riding a horse to change laws on reproductive rights. The state, in its prosecution, prompted us to respond, and we've been responding ever since. This case could open up access to abortion inexpensively and in control of the women to 85 to 90% of the women living in counties with no abortion providers. That would be a very good thing. Not only is Herron correct in that a victory in the McCormick case would expand reproductive rights, the victory would also take out of the equation the numerous points of consent that the government has recently layered into the process of obtaining an abortion. Gone would be the mandatory informed consent, as well as the potential for a current or former licensed healthcare provider to block access. Parental consent and need for judicial bypass would be reduced or eliminated as well. In fact, a win for McCormick and Herron could virtually eliminate all gatekeeping prior to an abortion. The question that must be asked is whether this idea is appealing or dangerous. The answer would be dependent on whether the risks of open abortion availability outweigh the dangers of almost no availability at all. A woman who cannot legally access an abortion isn't likely simply to have the baby, as the McCormick case shows. Quite the opposite. She is likely to go out of her way to terminate the pregnancy, legally, safely, or otherwise. Even if the termination is without incidents, it is apparent from the McCormick case that the law can be applied at whim to charge women for obtaining an abortion illegally. To date, the McCormick case remains the outlier in the abortion debate. In September 2012, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals forcefully and unequivocally held that prosecuting McCormick for failing to abide by the state's unlawful abortion statute by obtaining medication online to terminate her pregnancy was a step too far, in part because it requires women to police their providers to ensure they comply with the law themselves. Judge Harry Fragerson, writing for the majority, noted, under this Idaho statute, a pregnant woman in McCormick's position has three options. 1. Carefully read the Idaho abortion statutes to ensure that she and her provider are in compliance with the Idaho laws to avoid felony prosecution. 2. Violate the law either unknowingly or knowingly in an attempt to obtain an abortion. Or 3. Refrain altogether from exercising her right to choose an abortion. The decision is remarkable because, for the first time since the Hyde Act, the court took great pains to acknowledge the barriers that women, especially low-income women, face in obtaining abortion services, including lack of providers, financial obstacles, and harassment at clinics. This Idaho statute heaps yet another substantial obstacle in the already overburdened path that McCormick and pregnant women like her face when deciding whether to obtain an abortion, the court held. Because of the importance of her case, Newsweek's Nancy Haas referred to McCormick as the next row. In the end, though, McCormick never wanted to become a poster child for the abortion movement. She just wanted to make the decision that was best for her family. My mind just kept going back to my kids. How there was no way I could do that to them. No way I could make their lives even worse. Indiana, when a suicide attempt becomes murder. Bebe Schwei never believed she would find herself on her knees, sobbing and begging her lover not to leave her. A recent Chinese immigrant from this country, Schwei was 8 months pregnant with her boyfriend, Zhuang Guan, informed her that he wasn't actually planning to get a divorce and marry her as he had promised, but was instead returning to his wife. Schwei was heartbroken and believed that there was nothing left for her. On December 23, 2010, she left a suicide note saying that she would take this baby with me to Hades, and ingested rat poison, intending to end her own life. Luckily, friends discovered Schwei and convinced her to go to the hospital, where doctors worked quickly to save her life. While Schwei was physically unharmed, sadly the same could not be said for her baby. The infant girl Schwei would call Angel was monitored in utero for over a week, but on December 31st, doctors became concerned for her condition and performed a cesarean section. Angel came into the world on New Year's Eve at 33 weeks gestation. 2 days later, she was discovered to have a massive bleed in her brain and was removed from life support. If Shuai had been broken-hearted about her lover after her lover left her, it was nothing compared to how she felt after the death of her child. After Angel was removed from life support, Shuai cradled the baby in her arms for 5 hours. The tiny infant held on, offering in prayer to give up her own life if her daughter could be spared and demanding that the baby not be taken from her. When Angel died on January 3, 2011, Shuai was immediately transferred to the mental health wing of the hospital, grief-stricken and under heavy sedation. She remained there until March, undergoing treatment. Upon her release, she was charged with murder and thrown in jail. When Angel died, the coroner indicated the cause of death as the rat poison taken by Shuai, despite the fact that cerebral bleeding is a common condition in babies born before 34 weeks gestation. In addition, Child Protection Services had immediately been alerted when Shuai entered the hospital. Based on these actions, the Indianapolis police arrived at the hospital shortly after Angel's death to conduct interviews to determine whether they would charge Shuai with murder or feticide. In 2009, in response to a robbery that caused a pregnant woman to lose the twins she was carrying, the Indiana House had voted unanimously to strengthen the state's feticide law to include any action that causes an unborn child to die, excluding abortion. The law was meant to add additional punishment to crimes that involve pregnant women, with a sentence of up to 20 years in prison if the pregnancy ended as a result of an illegal act. No one had considered that the law could also be used on a pregnant woman herself, especially not one who had committed her own crime as a result of mental illness. At first, the police believed that Shuai had taken the poison in an attempt not to kill herself, but to terminate her pregnancy. Initial news reports made no mention of suicide or for her sudden breakup with Juan. The police didn't even seem sure about the motive behind the act. It is a very unfortunate situation, very rare circumstances that someone would take rat poison in an attempt to either harm themselves or their unborn baby, said Tyndale Adams, Public Information Officer for the Indianapolis Police Department. When discussing the case on the local ABC affiliate a few hours after the investigation had begun, the fact that there was no licensed physician supervising in a particular case means that the act of abortion is a criminal offense, former Marion County Judge Gary Miller told ABC. What is most puzzling, however, was why, once it became clear that Shuai was indeed trying to end her own life, and that the death of Angel was not her intent, prosecutors refused to drop the charges. In fact, the longer the investigation went on, the more people and groups who came to Shuai's defense, the more the state seemed to dig in its heels. Prosecutors claimed they thought long and hard about the circumstances before deciding to charge the mourning mother. This is a very unique case, David Rimshit, Marion County Chief Trial Deputy, told WRTV Indianapolis. Every charging decision is very difficult and goes through a process where we consider all the facts, all the circumstances under this situation. We believe we've charged the two charges we can prove. In April, Shuai's lawyer, Linda Pence, asked a judge to set bond, a request that was denied. The judge said that no one in the state who had been charged with murder had ever been offered bond, and Shuai's case shouldn't be any different. Pence appealed the ruling in June, but bail was again denied. The judge also denied a motion to dismiss the case, despite a friend of the court brief filed by more than 80 pregnancy, women's, and civil rights groups, including the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, in support of Shuai. This was a depressed, seriously depressed woman who acted out of irrational despair and tried to kill herself, and unfortunately the fetus was harmed. Dr. David Arnquisher, a law professor at the Indiana University School of Law and an adjunct professor of medicine at Indiana University of Medicine, told the local ABC News affiliate. She had no intent to harm her fetus. That was the reason she did this. The basic argument of the prosecution was that the murder and feticide charges were appropriate because the same laws were being applied to Shuai as a pregnant woman that would be applied to anyone else who had caused death of the fetus past liability. Shuai's attorneys and supporters, on the other hand, countered with the claim that the law was being applied to her differently as a pregnant woman, as her actions couldn't be separated from the events that may or may not have caused the death of her baby. Was Shuai, in fact, being held to a different standard by virtue of being pregnant? After all, if she had not been pregnant, the state would not have charged her with attempted murder for trying to kill herself, as suicide is not a crime in Indiana. If the fetus had died in utero, as opposed to surviving birth, Shuai at the very least would not have been looking at a murder charge, and probably would have been granted bail while she awaited trial for feticide. Even if she had sought an abortion so late in her pregnancy, while those performing the procedure would have been charged with a crime, Shuai herself wouldn't have been. The prosecutors were using the suicide as the crime in which they were pinning the feticide charge. However, it was because she had done everything in her power to save both herself and Angel that Shuai was facing so much time in prison. Emma Ketteringham, the director of legal advocacy for the National Association for Pregnant Women, said that Shuai had been a model patient and a mother. Shuai consented to everything the hospital suggested. She agreed to have a C-section and let the hospital do whatever test they wanted to do. In refusing to dismiss charges against Shuai, the state of Indiana was in essence saying that the unborn children had rights, and that those rights outweighed those of the mother. Prosecuting women based on the outcomes of their pregnancy violates the constitutional rights and is cruel and unusual punishment. And yet, this is what is happening, wrote author Soraya Chumley, who followed the Shuai case closely. In this environment, and with no confidence that their rights will be respected and protected, pregnant women will continue to be jailed in ever-increasing numbers. In unexpected ways, they violate their rights. Fear of imprisonment will result in women compromising their health and health of their fetuses by avoiding prenatal care, treatment for addiction, and medical help if they fear they are miscarrying. They will have more abortions to avoid penalization. This is why Shuai had no choice but to fight the charges. Constitutional guarantees of due process ensure that no one may be required at peril of life, liberty, or property to speculate as to the meaning of penal statutes. All are entitled to be informed as what the state commands or forbids. Yet Shuai was denied notice of what the law forbade, as she couldn't have known the attempting suicide would subject her to criminal liability. Not even the Indiana legislature had contemplated such an outcome when writing and passing the state's feticide law. As her attorneys noted, there was not one single case in Indiana in which a woman had been charged with murder or feticide based solely on allegations that she did or did not do something during pregnancy. Nor had the homicide laws of the states ever been applied to a substantial number of pregnant women who experienced a stillbirth or miscarriage each year, or to other pregnant women in Indiana who attempted suicide. Shuai's lawyer in the defense had accused Marion County Prosecutor Terry Curry of attempting to enforce his own version of the feticide law in order to criminalize the failure to protect a fetus while pregnant. Looking specifically at Shuai's situation, it seems clear that the prosecutors were seeking a test case for such a charge. Alerting Child Protective Services when Shuai arrived at the hospital, despite the fact that no child had been born yet, was itself unusual. The police arrived soon after Angel's death and began interviewing the hospital staff as another clue. Curry has been accused of building his case solely on inaccurate, unscientific, and discredited autopsy report by a pathologist employed by a private entity named Biblical Dogs. According to a briefing filed by Shuai's attorneys, the pathologist who performed the autopsy offered only a simple inferential analysis of the case of the baby's hemorrhage based upon nothing more than temporal events and non-medical hearsay statements. In other words, merely because Miss Shuai ingested poison and must have caused, and thus was the cause of the death of her child. Significantly, the pathologist was aware that Miss Shuai had received indomethacin prior to cesarean surgery, which had direct side effects upon the fetus alone, including hemorrhaging, and never reviewed Miss Shuai's medical records, thus precluding her from identifying other issues that could have caused fetal demise, such as a lack of oxygen to the brain. The prosecutor's chief witness did not rule out, nor did she even consider, other possible causes of death. Never performed research or scientific studies relating to newborn brain bleeds, the effects of blood thinners on persons, pregnant women, or fetuses, nor did she review the medical research on these fields. Ultimately, Shuai's case leaves pregnant women exposed to the subjective, scientifically unsound opinions of law enforcement and the state. It raises severe equal protection concerns as well, since prosecutors have effectively made suicide a crime that applies only to pregnant women. Furthermore, a state engages in gender discrimination when it places additional restrictions on women for which men are exempt, which is unconstitutional under both state and federal law. Shuai did not become pregnant by herself, and in fact, the father of her child, who promised to care for her and this baby and instead abandoned them, was the catalyst of her emotional breakdown. Yet he was not prosecuted despite the fact that a person who intentionally causes another human being by force, duress, or deception to commit suicide commits causing suicide, the Class B felony in the state of Indiana. The inescapable conclusion of the Shuai case was that in Indiana, a pregnant woman now had a fundamentally different relationship to the criminal justice system than did the father of the child.
My name's Katie, and I'm from Springfield, and I'm here because I support women. The right to recreational privacy includes the right to carry a pregnancy to term. Indeed, this is the fundamental truth to women's liberty and interests. The ability to be free from state-determined appropriation. With what the state of Indiana was saying with the SHU procedure was that women with histories of mental health issues, addictions, and other health conditions that might prevent them from being able to ensure a healthy birth outcome, as well as women who could not afford comprehensive prenatal care, drug treatment, and mental health services could now face prison time if they experienced a miscarriage, stillbirth, or neonatal death. And what happens to those women the state determines are at risk for endangering future pregnancies. In the past, the United States has forcibly sterilized entire generations and categorized women. How can we be sure that this country will not go to a similarly dark place again? In the end, the most frightening development to come out of the SHU case was that a judge or jury would be allowed to decide what SHU's true motive was in trying to end the life, as well as the true motives of women in similar circumstances in the future, and put her in jail for up to 45 years if they sided with the prosecution. The SHU prosecution represented the logical, real-world conclusion of Justice Kennedy's insistence that the state's primary duty is to protect the rights of potential but unborn life over the rights of the mother. Baby Shu is far from the only woman in the past few years to fall victim to an overzealous state intent on punishing her for endangering her pregnancy. In March 2010, Iowa mother Christine Taylor fell down a flight of stairs in her home. Taylor, who was pregnant at the time, went to the emergency room to make sure her fetus was unharmed. While she was in the ER, she spoke with a nurse about her family, including her tumultuous relationship with her husband, the children she already had at home, and the new one on the way. I never said I didn't want my baby, but I admitted that I had been considering adoption or abortion. Taylor told the Des Moines Register. I admit that I said I wasn't sure I wanted to continue the pregnancy. My husband sends me money, but money doesn't make a parent. I don't have anybody else to turn to. The nurse told the doctor about the conversation, and the doctor in turn called the police, who charged Taylor with attempted feticide. The charges were later dropped, but only because the feticide law in Iowa applied to the third trimester, and Taylor was still on her second. Taylor was lucky. Not so lucky was Renee Gibbs. In 2006, the 16-year-old African-American girl gave birth to a stillborn child at 36 weeks. Soon after, it was discovered that Gibbs had used cocaine during her pregnancy. Although there was no proof prior drug use to her baby being born dead, Mississippi prosecution charged the teen as an adult, accusing her of the depraved heart murder of the child, which has a mandatory sentence of life in prison. A friend of the court briefing filed in May 2010 on behalf of Gibbs by Tanner Todd of the Drug Policy Alliance and Conan John of Mississippi Youth Justice Project asked for the dismissal of the charges, claiming the expanded version of the state's homicide status violates fundamental tenets of common sense and public policy. The policy of prosecuting pregnant women and girls with drug dependency or other health problems is contrary to law, scientific research, and the consensus judgment of medical practitioners and their professional organizations. Furthermore, given the paucity of treatment available in Mississippi, low-income women and children would be particularly vulnerable to punishment if unable to access drug treatment or prenatal care due to barriers of poverty. This prosecution jeopardizes the well-being of women and their children. interpreting Mississippi's depraved heart murder statute to apply to the context of pregnancy will lead to absurd and dangerous public health consequences. Such prosecutors deter pregnant women from seeking prenatal care and drug and alcohol treatment. And they create a disincentive for pregnant women who do seek medical care from disclosing important information about drug use to healthcare providers out of fear that the disclosure will lead to possible criminal sanctions. Prosecuting women and girls for continuing to term despite a drug addiction encourages them to terminate wanted pregnancies to avoid criminal penalties. Gibbs wasn't the first woman to be charged in such slaughter. National advocates for pregnant women defended more than 40 women in Texas who were arrested and jailed after a district attorney decided that under the state's 2003 Prenatal Protection Act, which declared unborn children of individuals from the moment of fertilization, these women could be charged with delivering drugs to parents because they abused drugs while pregnant. While the Prenatal Protection Act was supposed to protect pregnant women, the DA insisted the prenatal statute was justified. Although we were eventually able to overturn the convictions, women spent years in jail while the cases worked their way through the court system, said Lynn Paltrow, NAPW Executive Director. There's little doubt at this point that a small but growing segment of society is intent on distorting what started out as an interest in protecting the mother by making the mother into a potential aggressor/criminal. But this new focus, an offshoot from the attacks on women's right to bodily autonomy, it is too soon to tell. One shift that has become apparent in the last few years is the anti-abortion movement has begun to stray from the basic premise that there are two victims in every abortion, the mother and the child, and towards the concept of turning the mother into a villain who should be punished for what she has supposedly done for a child. From Jeannie Lynn McCormick's awful abortion charge to the case of Bebe Shua, Christine Taylor, and Renee Gibbs, as well as the 2011 case of a New York woman named Yarbly Olmode, who was discovered having disposed of a 24-year-old fetus in a dumpster after taking a tea that may have caused her to miscarry, leading the police to charge her with self-abortion. Prosecutors are becoming more willing and comfortable with prosecuting women for failure to protect a live pregnancy. Charging women who didn't protect the fetus, as the prosecutor in McCormick's case put it, may in fact be a way to test public opinion, to see how open the country is to the idea of criminalizing women who seek abortions. Should Roe ever be overturned? At the very least, these cases are checking the public's feelings about the potential injuries and even deaths that could occur if women are forced to turn to unsafe abortion tactics to end their pregnancies. If the general population did not develop any outrage over a woman being jailed for allegedly killing her fetus, whether or not the fetus was wanted, whether or not its death was intentional, surely there won't be any backlash over a woman who is harmed seeking out illegal abortion procedures. Based on all this, it's perhaps unsurprising that the majority of women are so far targeted for prosecution of crimes against their fetus are poor, immigrants, or women of color. Overall, as a society, we love to beat up on poor people, explained Kamala Merritt, a reproductive justice advocate who often works with communities of color. Regardless of the fact that we have individual lives and that we are all unique people with experience, we are a very convenient target. What I see the anti-choice movement is doing is they like to co-opt the language. We are only tolerated as victims, and so when we're making our reproductive health care choices, the only way that the abortion is tolerated for Black women is if we are some poor, downtrodden victim who doesn't know any better. Anti-abortion forces are now taking the next step in testing out laws that make women into criminals in the context of their childbirth decisions. In Massachusetts, for example, prosecutors charged a woman with involuntary manslaughter based on her decision not to seek medical support during an unassisted childbirth. She was convicted and jailed until the Massachusetts Supreme Court reversed the lower court's ruling finding sufficient evidence that finding insufficient evidence that the woman's choice not to seek medical was the legal cause of the baby's death. The court warned that the prosecutor's declaration of an ill-defined duty probably owned by a pregnant woman to raise her fetus raised grave constitutional concerns. The trend is clear and it's alarming. Under the pretense of protecting life, more and more states are subjecting women to criminal liabilities for pregnancies gone wrong. Much like the push for fetal personhood, feticide prosecutors targeting pregnant women effectively strip women of full legal status and instead place their rights and interests subordinate to those of the fetus. The effect isn't to challenge directly or overturn the right to privacy conferred in Roe v. Wade, is to nullify it. Efforts to recriminalize abortion and the effort to establish personhood for fertilized eggs, embryos, and fetuses threaten much more than women's reproductive, says Lim Paltrow. These effects, if successful, will ensure a second-class status for all pregnant women and deprive them of their status as person in the Constitutional Committee. It is important to understand the attack on abortion and efforts to establish separate legal status for eggs, embryos, and fetuses do not just implicate reproductive rights, virtually every right, including the right to privacy, and an enormous outpouring of support, as well as pressure on the state. Baby Shoe was finally released on a $50,000 bail on May 22, 2012, 435 days after she had been arrested. She moved in with friends and wore an ankle monitor, awaiting her trial date. In July, the prosecution suddenly offered Shoe a deal. Plead guilty to feticide, and they wouldn't try her for murder. The offer was tempting. With the feticide plea, Shoe could conceivably serve 27 years in prison. The sentence could be as little as 6 years, and if she was highly cooperative, she could receive a suspended sentence. If she didn't take the plea and she was found guilty of murder, she could potentially spend most of the rest of her life in prison. Was the prosecution offering a nearly irresistible plea deal in the hopes that despite everything, they could still get a feticide precedent on the books? Had the murderer charge always been there just to get a threat to Shoe, a grief-stricken immigrant still new to the country, to agree to a lesser charge? Whatever the prosecution's motive, she refused the deal. According to attorney, Shoe is ready to fight not only to prove her innocence, but to ensure that no other woman in her circumstances is ever punished for the death of her baby if something happens during her pregnancy. She may never be able to bring her angel back, but Baby Shoe can still fight for her reputation and try to free herself from the stigma of guilt. Oklahoma, the Sooner Crow. To the reproductive rights advocate of Oklahoma, their attempts to fight back against the mandatory ultrasound law must have felt like a Hollywood horror movie. No matter how many times they thought they had slayed the monster, it kept popping back up, ready to do battle yet again. The ultrasound requirement first appeared as part of a 2008 ominous anti-abortion bill that included, among other anti-abortion legislation, a script for doctors to read to their patients that explained embryonic development, a requirement that doctors have their patients listen to the fetal heartbeat if possible, a law that protected doctors from so-called wrongful birth suits if they refused to tell a patient about potential issues with the fetus to keep her from aborting, as well as a mandate forcing clinics to post signs regarding the dangers of abortion. Governor Brad Henry vetoed the bill, but the state legislature overrode his veto. The courts then blocked the bill prior to enforcement and struck it down altogether in 2009, saying it violated constitutional requirements that legislative means deal only with one subject. That's when the legislature decided to hack the monster into pieces so that it could rise again. As anti-choice lawmakers reintroduced the omnibus bill as a separate bill in 2010. As with the omnibus bill, the smaller bills were vetoed by Henry, whose veto was overridden by the legislature. Year after year, the legislature passed these really restrictive laws, and then the Oklahoma Supreme Court says, "You're violating the state constitution, knock it off," remarked Michelle Melvin of Center for Reproductive Rights, which sued to block the state's ultrasound. What they do is go back into session and pass the same thing, says Moped, who calls the legislature's action a sheer disgrace for Constitution in the pursuit of ending abortion access as quickly as possible. It's really about chipping away at the various ways in which abortion can happen in an effort to make it impossible for a woman to obtain it. As it had been the case with the original set of bills in 2008, it was the mandatory ultrasound that received the most attention. The current slate of model legislation required mandatory ultrasounds prior to an abortion, started in South Carolina in 2007, with the requirement that procedure must be performed almost always vaginally, since it is the first trimester that would provide the more detailed information, and that the woman would be offered a chance to look at the results. Within a few years, a dozen states passed similar bills, all using the same, given the opportunity to view the ultrasound requirement in their retrospective legislation, which, according to the Sunlight Foundation, was based off an Americans United for Life model bill. States passing the bill implied that it was another version of informed consent. A woman can't be fully aware of what pregnancy is, that abortion ends it, and that there really is life involved unless she can see it for herself, they argued. Ultrasound gives a mother a window to her womb. It helps to prevent her from making a decision she may regret for the rest of her life, and empowers her with the most accurate information about her pregnancy that she can make a truly informed choice, said Mary Spalding of the National Right to Life, whose group helped find sponsors for mandatory ultrasound model legislation. Dr. Curtis Boyd, a longtime abortion provider from even before the passage of Roe, was less impressed by the anti-abortion faction's claim to help save women from potential regret. The state says, "We are going to protect you, and look where this goes." And you see, Justice Kennedy said that he felt the state should be allowed to do these things because the woman might regret her decision. Now, whose decision is she going to be allowed to regret? Asked Boyd. We all make regrets about decisions we've made, but because you have some regrets doesn't mean that you made the right or wrong decision. Somehow, this woman shouldn't be allowed to make this decision. What if she regrets Justice Kennedy's decision? So he's saying she's not allowed to regret her own decision, but she can regret the decision I'm making for her. That's what it philosophically gets down to. It was the state of Oklahoma that decided to take the law a step further and force patients to view the ultrasound pictures whether they wanted to or not, as well as compel doctors to read a script regarding fetal development and force patients to listen to the baby's heartbeat. The Oklahoma law allowed no exception for women or girls who had been victims of sexual assault who were told that they could just avert their eyes. Forcing women to do an ultrasound is a strategy that has evolved over time. Earlier versions of women's right to know ultrasound were meant primarily to increase the cost of an abortion for pregnant women, as well as to limit the number of providers by running up the expense of owning a reproductive health care clinic. A majority of the early bills only applied if an ultrasound was used prior to an abortion and made viewing the image optional for the patient. Alabama then took the additional step in 2002 of requiring that ultrasounds be performed on all patients and that clinics offering referrals for abortions have an ultrasound machine on site. Ultrasound machines are expensive. However, in crisis pregnancy centers, which offer ultrasounds to women or girls who are pregnant in hopes that the sign of the fetus will convince them not to go with have an abortion, been considerable effort on fundraising to be able to obtain the equipment. Groups like the Knights of Columbus and Focus on the Family gather funds and donations to cover the tens of thousands of dollars necessary to purchase just one machine. Putting together charities like Option Ultrasound and Project Ultrasound for that very purpose. For Option Ultrasound, Focus on the Family offers to cover 80% of the expense of a new machine for crisis pregnancy centers in high abortion communities. The Christian Conservative organization announced in October 2011 that it had given away more than 528 grants for ultrasound machines for sonography training in 49 states, resulting in approximately 100,000 women who've seen their babies ultrasound having chosen life. And Project Ultrasound, the National Knights of Columbus, offers to match any funds that a state program can raise to purchase machines. One such ultrasound machine was purchased for the Northside Life Care Center in Minneapolis. Executive Director Robbie Durkis told the Minneapolis Christian Examiner, "I call the ultrasound our secret weapon. That's because once a woman sees her baby and hears the heartbeat, she is more, I think, sees it move. I think that there's some bonding that is starting. So instead of wanting to get rid of this thing, now they know it's not just like a blob of flesh, that there really is a baby there. Once a woman has an ultrasound, over 90% of them choose life. Do 90% of women indeed choose to have their baby after they've seen an ultrasound? The statistic is cited repeatedly by a myriad of anti-abortion groups. Yet the specific talking points is traceable back to a Family Research Council one-page summary on mandatory ultrasound laws, which refers to an executive director of an Iowa Pregnancy Resource Center who said that 90% of women who see their baby by ultrasound choose life. FR's summary also refers to a variety of other self-reported statistics, all from crisis pregnancy centers, stating that clients are anywhere from 30% more likely to 60% more likely to continue pregnancies, with one pregnancy center stating that 98% of women who have ultrasounds choose to carry them to term. However, those who visit crisis pregnancy centers are a fairly self-selected batch of patients to begin with. Women who go willingly to these places know that the centers do not perform abortions and are generally seeking a means to continue their pregnancies. The women who show up by mistake, assuming that they are a full-service reproductive, are like before they even get to the ultrasound portion of the appointment. That the vast majority of women who go to pregnancy centers and see ultrasounds choose not to get an abortion shouldn't be surprising at all. But those numbers aren't replicated among women who go to reproductive health clinics to prefer a termination. Although no studies have been done in the United States, a 2010 New York Times article stated that clinics in British Columbia reported that no patient changed her mind about terminating a pregnancy after viewing an ultrasound. And anecdotal evidence providers in the United States tells of the same experience. In the wake of the passage of mandatory ultrasound laws, crisis pregnancy centers are being trained to do whatever it takes to get pregnant women even in the door, even if it means telling them that they will need an ultrasound for abortion and that once they offer are free. What they don't mention, however, is that the ultrasound required by law has to be performed by the woman's own provider prior to termination, and that the one from a pregnancy center doesn't count. In a workshop called Competing with the Abortion Industry Former, Planned Parenthood employee turned anti-abortion spokeswoman Amy Johnson explained to owners and volunteers at pregnancy centers how best to get women into their clinics. Who's your demographic? Abortion-minded claims, right? John said during the meeting, we want to be professional, we want to look businesslike, and yeah, we do kind of want to look medical. We want to feel neutral on the outside. The best call, the best client you will ever get is the one who thinks they're walking into an abortion clinic. Johnson went on to describe how to get women mistakenly believe they're walking into an abortion clinic to submit to an ultrasound. What I would encourage you to do is say something like this. No, we do not provide abortion services, but we do provide ultrasounds, and you are going to need an ultrasound before you have your abortion. And that's true. You want them in your center that day. You want to say, well, no, we don't actually provide abortion procedures here, but we do provide ultrasounds. And that's one of the steps of having an abortion. So you can come in here and you can get your ultrasound done for free, because you're going to have to do it anyway when you have an abortion. The goal is to get them into your center as quickly as possible. As Johnson's training session reveals for those who oppose abortion, mandatory ultrasounds are an opportunity for those who hold women's health as a priority. However, mandatory ultrasounds actually harm women who want to terminate pregnancy by taking away their feelings of autonomy. Dr. Tracy Weiss, Associate Director for Public Policy of the UCSF National Center of Excellence in Women's Health, writes, by mandating that they view the image and hear a script in accordance with the desires of the state legislature, women's own preferences are ignored. Removing women's ability to decide whether to have an ultrasound before an abortion and dictating the manner in which the ultrasound is administered is likely to reduce women's perception of decisional control regarding abortion and thus may have negative psychological and physical health outcomes, impede adjustment, and increase the risk of decisional regret in all women seeking abortions under such conditions. Over the governor's objections, Oklahoma's mandatory ultrasound bill became law on April 27, 2010. The law was active for only a few days before the state's Attorney General and the Center for Reproductive Rights, which was challenging the law as unconstitutional, reached an agreement by which a temporary restraining order was enacted, allowing clients to stop complying with the law while the legal challenges were brought. In those few days during which the law was in effect, however, something became very clear, namely that the 90% of women who choose life were to be found only at crisis pregnancy centers. For example, one clinic in Tulsa, which also had an adoption center on site, reported that not a single patient who saw an ultrasound changed their mind about having an abortion. Executive Director Linda Meeks of Reproductive Services told News Oak that some women closed their eyes, turned their head, or even cried after seeing the pictures, but none chose not to terminate. It's like lawmakers don't think women have given serious thought and consideration before they walk through our doors. With the restraining order in place, the courts continued the mandatory ultrasound law around until Judge Brian Dixon ruled that it should be permanently blocked, calling it unconstitutional since it only applied to abortion and no other medical procedures. Dixon said that the law improperly is addressed only to patients, physicians, and sonogrammers concerning abortion, and does not address all patients, physicians, and sonogrammers concerning other medical care where a general law could be made applicable. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. Unable to let the monster rest, Oklahoma Attorney General Scott Bill filed an appeal to the Oklahoma Supreme Court, asking that it invalidate Dixon's ruling. Understood in its most basic terms, the trial court in error ruled that the Oklahoma Constitution forbids legislation ensuring women receive meaningful medical information gained through ultrasounds that the clinics are currently through. Why would the state of Oklahoma be so unwilling to let the bill go away? One obvious answer is that abortion opponents need the federal courts to disagree on that issue, as splitting circuits would prompt the Supreme Court to step in and settle the dispute. While the Oklahoma challenge works its way through the state court system, rulings out of Texas and North Carolina are helping to grease the wheels. In Texas, forcing women to undergo and view an ultrasound prior to having an abortion wasn't just a mission, it was an emergency. The Texas Senate introduced its own mandatory ultrasound bill in February 2011, and reproductive Republican Governor Rick Perry, who would announce plans to run for the GOP presidential nomination 6 months later, fast-tracked it as an emergency priority bill. Considering the magnitude of the decision to have an abortion, it is crucial that Texans understand what is truly at stake, Perry said in a release statement. Although Perry considered the bill a priority, Judge Sam Sparks of the U.S. District Court for the Western Division of Texas considered a serious violation of the First Amendment. After rejecting numerous front-of-the-court briefs from anti-abortion groups and chastising lawyers for wasting his time, the court has already turned down two extremely tempting offers to transform this case from a boring old federal laws and into an exciting political charged media crisis. As any competent attorney could have predicted, the court declines this latest invitation as well. Sparks struck down the law. The judge said that the bill compels the physicians to advance an ideological agenda with which they may not agree, regardless of any medical necessity, and irrespective on whether the pregnant women wish to listen, constituting state-sanctioned speech and a clear violation of the First Amendment. Just as Oklahoma did, the state of Texas appealed the ruling. Unlike Oklahoma, however, the state of Texas received a far different result when a three-judge panel on the Fifth Circuit overturned Sparks' ruling, with Chief Justice Edith Jones ruling that opponents of the law failed to demonstrate constitutional flaws on the bill. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, which hears cases from Texas, Mississippi, and Louisiana, is known to be among the most conservative appellate districts in the country, and this is in large part thanks to Chief Justice Jones. Under her leadership, the Fifth Circuit has taken a very harsh line with regards to women's issues. This is a court that, for example, sanctioned a cheerleader pursuing her school district after she was forced to cheer for a student who had sexually assaulted her. Much like her ideological counterpart on the Supreme Court, Justice Anton Scalia. Jones is known for blistering dissents, particularly when it comes to women's rights. One of her dissents stated that a woman needed to be raped to claim actual sexual harassment, while in another she told a molestation victim there was no legal benefit in recognizing the constitutional right not to have her bodily integrity compromised by a teacher's sexual abuse. Female bodily autonomy is clearly not a priority for Justice Jones, and this makes her the perfect appellate judge for the anti-choice movement's challenge to the ultrasound. In the ruling, Jones said that if states can require abortion providers to give women illustrated on the development of the fetus, as long as not should be able to empower women with even better, more specific, and technologically advanced imaging. Jones held that a sonogram image was the epitome of truthful information, even if it is more graphic than the pamphlet showing the development of the fetus that Casey approved. Only if one assumes the conclusion that the appellate's arguments that pregnancy is a condition to be terminated, one can assume that such information about the fetus is medically irrelevant. Jones held. The point of informed consent law is to allow a patient to evaluate her condition and render her best decision under difficult circumstances. Denying her up-to-date medical information is more of an abuse to her ability to decide than providing the information. While Jones considered the ultrasound empowering for women, the Center for Reproductive Rights disagreed. The Texas law was addressing that a problem that didn't exist because women always had the option to view an ultrasound before obtaining their abortions if they wanted to, said Michelle Moabed. What the Texas law did was remove the agency for the women, but in the hands of the states.
Hello, my name is Sophie Slater and I'm from Springfield, Missouri, and I'm here today because I believe that the Missouri legislature should not interfere with women's health decisions. I will continue where Katie left off. We've decided for you. If it was about empowering women, you would support all sorts of choices. While Jones and her colleagues on the three-judge panel may have ruled mandatory ultrasounds as reasonable and empowering to women, for providers it was a clear violation of medical best practices. Dr. Curtis Boyd, who has been providing abortions under the new mandatory ultrasound law, describes the dilemma abortion providers now face in caring for patients. The state-mandated information is part of informing the patient. Well, some of this information is erroneous. Some of it is exaggerated, and some of it is just out and out wrong. But we are required to give it, he said, speaking to warnings that abortion will increase the risk for suicide, breast cancer, cause future fertility issues, or a myriad of other medical issues that have been alleged by abortion opponents. You have the state intervening and mandating to doctors that they give specific information to their patient, which the doctor of medicine in general may not agree with and may in fact clearly disagree with. Yet the state says, if you don't do this, you're subject to losing your medical license. So I have to do it. Well, you say, don't do it if it's unethical. But if I don't, and I provide the service, I'm subject to having my license revoked and having a felony filed against me. In fact, I'm coerced just as a woman is. As the Texas challenge was snaking its way through the Fifth Circuit, one from North Carolina was simultaneously working through the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. Under North Carolina's ultrasound law, a doctor must perform an ultrasound on a woman seeking an abortion and then display the images to her, noting the presence, location, and dimensions of the unborn child, and describing external members and internal organs if present and viewable. Several North Carolina doctors and healthcare providers challenged the constitutionality of the law in Stewart versus Huff. Judge Catherine Eagles of the U.S. District Court for the Middle District of North Carolina preliminary enjoined the speech and display requirements of the law, as she called them. The First Amendment, she wrote, generally includes the right to refuse to engage in speech compelled by the government. The North Carolina ultrasound law required speech via words and imagery, even when the provider does not want to deliver the message, and even when the patients affirmatively do not wish to see or hear it, Eagles said. She also found no medical purpose in the speech and display requirements. While some procedural issues are under appeal, a trial challenging the merits of the law is set for 2013. If the Fourth Circuit breaks with the Fifth and agrees with Judge Eagles that the law infringes on doctors' speech rights, it is very likely the Supreme Court will step in and settle the dispute. If it comes to that, it won't be the first time the Supreme Court has weighed in on the balance of rights between state restrictions on abortions and a doctor's speech rights in the practice of medicine. In Bigelow versus Virginia, 1975, the court ruled that the First Amendment protects abortion advertisements and that states can't prevent publishers from running ads for abortion services. Jeffrey Bigelow, editor of the Virginia Weekly, had published an ad for a New York agency offering to connect women in Virginia, where at the time abortion law was more restrictive, with doctors in New York, where abortion law was more permissive. He was convicted under a Virginia law that made it a crime to encourage or prompt the procuring of abortion. Bigelow filed suit claiming the law violated his First Amendment right to free speech. The Supreme Court overturned his conviction, noting that the First Amendment gives some protection even to commercial speech, concluding that the Abortion Act was entitled to protection because it promoted services that were legal in New York and contained information of constitutional interest to the general public. The court later took up the specific issue of regulating doctor speech and First Amendment rights in Casey, finding that legislatures can mandate doctors to provide truthful, non-misleading information about the nature of the procedure, the attendant health risks, and those of childbirth, and the probable gestational age of the fetus, in a way that prevents the compelling of speech. But while it dealt with the issue generally, the Supreme Court did not address what level of scrutiny courts must employ when analysing speech claims such as these, therefore leaving open the question of just how specifically legislatures can script medical disclosures in the name of restricting access to abortion. Compelled speech or not, some doctors are still searching for a way to balance the rights of patients to get accurate information with the state's decision to press a script on doctors.
My fellow Missourian, do you yield the floor?
Yes, I yield.
Thank you. Good afternoon or good morning, depending on where you're watching from. My name is Tashara Jones, and I'm a former member of this august body. I'm also the current treasurer of the City of St. Louis and a staunch advocate for a woman's right to choose. While I was in the legislature, we debated many bills on abortion and further restricting rights for women as they make a difficult choice. And I've always felt like those who introduce abortion bills have this sort of schizophrenic dance with government, because usually they are from a different party. They are Republican, and I thought, as far as I knew, that the Republican stance on government intrusion in private life was the least amount of intrusion in private life. However, when it comes to a woman and her body and her right to choose, then all of a sudden it's an issue. And they claim that, well, we're just protecting the baby, we're protecting human life, we're protecting that child. But are you really protecting the child when you introduce so many restrictive bills and there's no safety net for that child after it's born? The woman gets discriminated against for a number of reasons. There's no pay equity. She's discriminated against because of her gender. There's no safety net. Missouri hasn't expanded Medicaid for over 300,000 citizens and hasn't expanded the Affordable Care Act. Federally qualified health centers that usually take care of these children, their funding is dwindling year by year. That woman has a mental health problem. We have no mental health spending in the state of Missouri, and our mental health facilities are in desperate need of funding. In any issue that's related to that child, it seems that our government isn't doing a good job at funding them. And I really just think it's a crock when we have to come up here in the cold and rain, even though it's the middle of May, to protest day in and day out about someone infringing upon my right as a woman to have the freedom and liberty and the pursuit of happiness. So, things like that just, really tick me off. And that's why when I was asked, I made time in my schedule and drove all the way from St. Louis, and I didn't have to be here. But this is important to me. This is important to generations that come after me. This is important to my family. I have a current situation right now where I have a cousin who's pregnant, and she thought about getting an abortion, and she decided not to. But even if she did, that's her choice. And who are we to to infringe upon her rights to do whatever she wants to do. I mean, in some instances, we're allowed to have the right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, but not women, and not women who are getting an abortion. And it's a double standard. Women continue to live in a society where there's a double standard applied to anything that we do. And it's this 72-hour wait period. Number one, I think Senator Sifton said in his remarks the other night when he was filibustering that it's really unconstitutional, and all we can hope for at this point is that the governor vetoes it and sees it for what it is. And so that's all I really have to say about that, and I may think of some other things, but I committed to being here for at least a half hour, and I'm going to honor my commitment in 4-inch heels, by the way. But I'm committed to doing whatever I can to fight for women who don't have the opportunity to come here and fight for themselves. So I'm reading from the book Motherhood and Bondage. 17. I married when I was 18 years of age and was ignorant of life and the mysteries it holds. In about 8 months after my marriage, a 7-month baby came, and it lived only about 6 weeks. In a year to a day, another baby came, which I also had to give up at 5 or 6 weeks. I've always loved babies, and I look forward joyously to the coming of each of them, and my heart was almost broken when both were taken away. I felt I would rather die than to suffer to bring them into the world and give them up so soon. In about 11 months, a little girl was born, and she is the idol of our hearts. Then in about a year, there was another that lived only a few hours. Still another came and lived only a few minutes. There are 4 little graves in our churchyard. Next came a miscarriage, and the next year I became pregnant again. The physician told me I could never carry one the full 9 months, but by taking treatments and using an invalid's chair, I gave birth to a boy who is 18 months old now. My life is wrecked by all this, and my health almost ruined. During the period of pregnancy, I'm unable to do any work, and as we are only poor farmers, it is almost impossible to get work done. I don't want more children at the price I have to pay. I love my babies, but I don't want more if my health is so impaired that I can't be a real mother. I've asked doctors' advice, but they only think I'm foolish. 18. I'm the mother of 4 children, only one living, and he is poor and sickly. My last baby lived to be 6 months and 22 days old and died with a stomach trouble. She suffered 4 weeks before she died. All of my babies have been taken by the doctors, and I nearly die every time. I am broken down and nervous and not able to give birth to children and only 23 years old. I was poor, and I didn't have any education. My husband is a poor man, only makes $2 a day, and we're not able to care for one child, much less a large family. I married when I was 15, and my baby was born 11 months after I was married. I've done my part of suffering in this world. I never know nothing when my babies are born and lose them after all my suffering. I realize you're a friend of humanity, and want you to tell me what to do to prevent having any more, as I would rather die than bring babies into the world to suffer and die. Will you please help me be free from suffering? I nearly lose my mind worrying and wondering what to do. Is there any answer for women like me? 19. I was married in June 1913, and then the next year in July I had a girl that lived 2 months and 17 days. And the next year in January I had a boy who lived 8 months and 4 days. And the next year in January I had a girl. She is now 7 years old, a lovely girl going to school every day. 18 months from that time I had another girl which lived 2 months and 17 days. In 1920 I had a boy who lived 5 months and 1 day. And in the next year I had a girl which died an hour after it was born. In 1923 I had a boy in June and he died on the 17th of November. And in January I had a miscarriage of 3 months. So you see why we have had pretty hard luck but a lot of expense. It leaves me nothing but a wreck. A friend of mine gave me your address. and told my husband to write to you, for he was tired of seeing them come and go all the time. 20. What I want to know is how to keep from getting in the family way. I've been the mother of 7 children. I have 3 living and 4 dead. The youngest one was born dead just 1 month ago. I always think I could never live to birth another, and I surely wanted to die this time. I was sick 5 weeks before I got down. I could not rest when I would lie down. I would almost lose my breath. I could not rest up or down, and when I got sick, sure enough, I was sick 31 hours and had 2 doctors with me, and they say I will never stand such a thing again. So I wish you to tell me what I must do to keep that off. We're very poor, and I have to work so hard to help my husband make a living. We've had so much sickness and so many doctor bills to pay. It takes all we can do to live. I'm now only 28 years old. I've been married 12 years. I was married when I was only 16. That was entirely too young, but I didn't know it at the time. But I love my husband and my children and all of God's people. I try to help everybody in every way I can. So now, please, won't you help me? I haven't gained my strength yet like I should, so if you would help me, I surely will help you. I was asked some time ago to write you for some information as you could give it. I've been married 10 years, 6 months, and had the misfortune to lose 8 and sometimes 2 in 1 year. I can go all right up until between the 3rd and 4th month, and that's when the trouble begins. I have 1 little girl, 5 years old. I have 2 children. The oldest is 5, the other 2. I've been married 9 years. When the first was born, I had convulsions. It died at birth. Just a year, there was another one. It was dead a week before it was born. Just 13 months, there was another one. He is living but sick all the time until he was 3 years old. In 18 months, another one. It died before it was born. Then a 4-month miscarriage. Just a year till another one came. He's still living. I had a miscarriage last October. The children were all boys, but the last one. We're poor. We haven't a roof of our own. My husband has to work day by day. Believe me, don't believe I can stand it anymore. Please help so I can raise my children. I live in a small mining town. Even in this small town, there are many families. There's a tragedy to see. Many who would be glad not to have any more children for a few years, as they have 3 and 4 so small they can't take proper care of them. All are poor people. I married in April 1921 at the age of 17. In April 1922, I had an 8-pound boy born to me. All this was in labor 38 hours. This was in labor was in 38 hours and had to be put to sleep in the child's aching. It was not developed right inside. The doctor didn't think it would have any mind or ever walk till it died 24 hours after birth, all due to misconception. In May 1923, I had an 8-pound girl who was never well and had to be weaned young because my milk isn't good. In 1924, I had 3.5 months miscarriage and now 4 months pregnant again. I am so uneasy I don't know what to do. I'm afraid it will be like my first one. I feel sometimes as if I would rather die than suffer again as I did then. So please help me, as I don't want any more children after a while after this one, and I will always be your grateful friend. I thought I would drop you a few lines to find a real friend that would help me of my distress. I'm a woman at the age of 34 at the present, and I've had 12 children up to the present time. I had a child just 2 weeks ago, and it was born dead inside of 10 years. I have had 6 children, and none of them was born alive. I've had my 3 children that are all living, but the rest of them are all dead. When they do come, they're all born dead. I sometimes feel like committing suicide if it were not for the children I have. Double slavery. I'm a married woman, have 1 boy, 5 years old. My husband is a cripple. He sits in a wheelchair and will have to as long as he lives. I have to lift him into bed at night and again in the morning. I have to lift him into his chair. He weighs 180 pounds. So you see, I have my share of hard work together with my housework and making a living. We're poor. Only have what we make, but that's not very much. I'm afraid I might become a mother again if I don't get some good, simple, safe, reliable way to prevent it. What should we do in this condition? I couldn't lift my husband, and there's no one that we can hire to do it because we haven't the money. Won't you please give me the information I need? I have often heard people speak of you, and also of the good you do for people who are overburdened with children, and have been wondering if you could help me. I'm a woman with 7 children and 8 months coming. My husband is crippled with rheumatism, so I have to earn a living for them, and I have to earn it by working beats in the summer and taking washings in the winter, and that's the only work there is to get here. My oldest child is 11 years old, so can't get much help from him, and you know as well as I do it's hard to make a living for such a family. I'm the mother of 4 babies and have to go out and work for my living. My husband has been sick about 18 months and isn't able to work, so I go and do people's washing in the evening, and I do my own. Every night I sit and cry many times. I wish I was dead. And sometimes I get home and can't hardly stand on my feet. I was married when I was 17 and 4 months. After 9 months married, I had a miscarriage. After 14 months, I had a baby boy, and he's living, and he's now 7 years old. After 3 years, I had another boy. He was born with consumption in the bones and would shake his head one side and another. The doctors don't know what that was. Now I have them nervous spells myself. All through my marriage life, I've been working in factories. I took my children to day nursery. 2 months before the birth of my last child, my husband deserted me with my children. He had left home 11 times before, but I always came back. But that night, his mother gave him money to go out of town. I was then married 5 years to him. After 4 years, I could not get no trace of him. I got the divorce. I had to work hard to keep my furniture and pay the rent, as I did not want to go to boarding. Now, as I was 26 and I had no one to depend on, I married again. He's a good young man of 25, and he's not a lazy gambler like the other. But even with that, I fear having any more children, as they will not be healthy. We were married a few months ago, and neither of us had any money, and he's only a laborer and makes $25 a week. So you see, I've struggled with the first husband, and I wish I will not have to struggle with this one. So please, if you can help me. Please tell me what to do to keep from having any more babies. I'm only 26 years old and the mother of 5 children, and the oldest 8 years, the others 6, 4, and 2. And I have 4 living. The last time I had a 6-month miscarriage, and I've been weak ever since. It happened this past August. My husband is gone to try to find work, and I have to support my children myself. I have to work so hard until I feel like it would kill me to give birth to another. I'm nervous. My back and my side give me a lot of trouble. I'm not able to give my children the attention that I desire. I take in washing to support my children. I suffered that I got that way until I lost it, and I get it back. Please, for the sake what I can do to keep from having another. Life is enough for me. I work in a cotton mill and have 3 children, and I feel as though I don't want to bring any more into this world under the conditions. I always have the right to go back to work after childbirth and leave my children for someone else to care for. I don't care to bear any more children for the man I got. He's most of the time drunk and not working and gone for days and nights and leaves me alone most of the time. I'm sewing for support for me and my baby that is 2 years old and 1 dead born, so I know you don't blame me for not wanting any more children. And he is always talking about leaving me. He might as well for what he's doing, but I'm worried that I may get it wrong. I'm 38 years old. I have a family of 6 living children, also lost 2 in infancy. Our baby is now just past 2 years. Our lives and home is happy. Husband thinks to avoid more family, but there is always fear and nothing sure except what is injurious to him. I am not one that would die before I would have more babies. but we are not able to raise any more family. I have to work hard every day to keep the family going. Husband has not been able to work now for 18 months. He has back trouble. He's doctored all the time, but it gets no better. He does little about the house and takes care of the baby. He can be on his feet only a short time, and the doctor don't give him much encouragement of being any better. I'm 45 years old, have a blind husband, and one daughter of 9. And as I have earned a living for nearly 15 years with constant mental distress as to my physical condition, I feel I must have something to prevent further trouble if it's possible. I've nearly died times and always being badly torn from use of instruments in every case, and then not always saving my babes. So I'm too old now to take any further chance, so I hope you'll be willing to send me the desired information. Here, I must come to you in a very distressing time. Please, dear one, hear my plea and help me. I'm going to tell you my condition. We have 9 children. I am the stepmother of 3 who I do for as I do my own. I'm the mother of 6, my oldest one being only 12 years. No, 2 only 10 years, number 2 only 10 years, number 3 only are twins, only 8 years, number 4 twins again, only 4 years, where I have come very near to dying when they were born. For 3 months was in bed. We are very poor. My husband has been in poor health for over a year. He has not been able to work regular at all. We have nothing, only what he can make. I have been forced to leave my home and babies to go try to find work and help clothe and send the children to school. I'm very much afraid of becoming pregnant. Oh me, I don't know what we will do if I do. I am 39 years old. At a neighbor's house working, saw one of your books and read it. And seeing that there are others think as I do makes me feel we can have friends instead of being sneered by all, as so many of us poor, hard-working women are because we have to work for mere existence. I want to tell you I have 6 children and have always had poor health, so you might guess how I felt before bringing each one into the world while we were poor and nothing to support these children as they should be. We finally took up homestead 75 miles from town thinking we might prosper, but every time a little one came it pressed us harder. Then as there was no school and the children being brought up like animals, I decided to bring them to town to work to support them, as he does not and could not support them alone. I find my health is breaking and fear I can't stand this strain much longer. I dread thinking of my husband coming to me for fear of more children coming to press us harder as we're sorely pressed now. God only knows how thankful I would feel if you would only help me by telling me how to prevent childbirth. Hope your good work goes on, and I think it is the only sure road to the upbuilding of our country and race. I am 34, and I've had 7 children, 6 of them living, but I've never been what one would call healthy, and I was hoping I would find out some way to keep from having any more. We can hardly make a living. I hired my little ones keeping last winter, and the rest went to school as I worked in a brass factory. It was awful hard on me, but we couldn't make a living without. I'm not working now, but I guess I will have to again as the children are getting out of clothes and we're getting behind. My husband is terribly mean whenever I get that way. The day I was sick for my last baby, he went away and left me alone, and he was so mad to think I had to have it. I sent my little boy after my mother so I wouldn't have to be alone. I know I hadn't ought to live with a man that way, but what can a woman do with a lot of little ones who hates to part with any of them? So I'm hoping and praying I can find out a way to keep from it. My youngest is 3 years old and just getting, so he isn't much to care for, but enough at that. But one loves them just the same, and he's an awful loving child, thinks there's no one like his mother. I'm a mother of 7 children, my oldest 13, youngest 17 months, and I've had a hard life of it. My husband ain't a very good worker, and we have such a hard time to get along. I work some, but I have a bad heart. I can't stand to work too hard, and as soon as I wean my babies, I get in the family way right away, and from the time I feel like I can't do nothing. I suffer so bad with one side, I just pray to die and suffer so much at the time my baby is born. I don't want no more. Please help me. My baby is so cross, cries all the time for me, 3 of them, that sometimes I think I will go crazy. Then I do washing and ironing besides my own housework, so I would die before I would want another baby for the way I suffer to have them, the way I have to live. I'm just a nervous wreck. My husband goes out with a bunch to drink, and I worry so much until the next day that I am sick, for he is so mean when drinking. Oh, I hope he will be so good and kind and help me. I'm just a poor, broken down mother. It's a shame if I bring more babies into this world. We must live. I do think it's a sin to have them and can't bring the darlings upright. I've been married 11 years and the baby 8 months old. I weigh about 90 pounds, do all my housework, care for the children, and go to the field. I've also taught school 3 years since my marriage. I had to do this on account of my husband being ill health last fall he had to undergo a very serious operation which left us heavily in debt and him unable to work. An injustice to the children I have, I do not want to have any more children for a few years. But I know of no way to keep from it, so I come to you for help. I will really appreciate any help you will send me, as I cannot do my work now without neglecting my children. I cannot instruct and care for them properly. I cannot even bathe and feed them as often as they should be. I'm a dressmaker, and I married a clerk 7 years ago. He drinks some, and I've been sickly all my life through. The doctor told us to be more careful as I have a sore on my left lung, and in a few months I will again be a mother. I am dreadfully sick throughout the entire confinement, but I still have to work or we will not have enough bread to eat. Even as hard as I work, I have to neglect my children and my housework because it takes so much money to keep the wolf from the door. It's terrible to think of bringing these poor little babies into the world without means or care or strength to care for them. I'm weak every time I have, and everyone I have, I think it would be the last. It would be best too, as I have nothing to invite them to. I have 3 children. Thank you. All fairly healthy, except they are nervous. But then how can they help that when their mother and father are nervous? All I can think from overwork. My husband is at his workbench at 6 a.m. until 5:45 p.m. Then we do extra work in the evening until 10 p.m. It's poor pay, but every little bit helps. I do all my own housework, including the washing and ironing and sewing, and a little extra. Is it any wonder we are nervous? And the worst of it is that we are not holding out. We want to try to give our children a fair chance, which I think every child should have. I expect to go to the shop when my children are a little older to help out, if we don't have any more, and right here is where you can help me if you will.
Hello, Missouri, and I have an inquiry.
Yes, I'll accept your inquiry. Huh?
I was going to take
An inquiry. Oh, okay. The inquiry is going to you're going to ask me a question.
Can I take over?
Sure.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Sophie, and I'm from Springfield, Missouri, and I'm here today because I believe that the Missouri legislature should not tell women how long they have to wait before they can have an abortion in this state. I will continue reading from Crow After Row. Compelled speech or not, some doctors are still searching for a way to balance the rights of patients to get accurate information with the state's decision to press a script on doctors. Dr. Boyd has his own way of reconciling the two. He provides the state script, then adds his own thoughts at the end of it. Sometimes I wonder what would happen if the state wanted to make an issue of it, Boyd mused. You know, we've already told you what you must say. Now you can't say. I don't know. They can't rule that I can't have an opinion. They have sort of ruled that my opinion must be to the patient. But it doesn't say clearly that you can't tell the patient you think something differently. So I do it. I think, well, they'll just have to take me to court. There's just a limit to how far they can go. I have to salvage my integrity somehow. So I say, this is what the state wants me to tell you, and my own belief is that abortion does not cause breast cancer, and so forth, and that you are quite ethically competent to make this decision. I respect your decision-making process. I've given you the decision-making process the state wants you to follow. For abortion opponents trying either to coerce pregnant women into continuing their pregnancies or to provoke a Supreme Court challenge that could overturn Roe, the Texas and Oklahoma situations couldn't have turned out much better. But for those who have actually had to undergo the mandatory ultrasound, it's a far different story. Reporter Carolyn Jones wrote about her own brush with the ultrasound bill in Texas, after learning that the baby she had carried for 20 weeks had a terminal anomaly and was unlikely to survive past birth. Although she technically should have been exempt from the verbal description and waiting period portion of the bill, providers were so confused at that point as to what was and wasn't legally necessary that she became subject to it anyway. In an article in the Texas Observer, Jones explained the horror of being forced to listen to a description of the fetus, while her doctor apologized for his part in her suffering. He didn't want to give her this information, but his hands were tied. It was the law. I'm so sorry that I have to do this, the doctor told us. But if I don't, I can lose my license. Before he could even start to describe our baby, I began to sob until I could barely breathe. Somewhere, a nurse cranked up the volume on a radio, allowing the inane pronouncements of a DJ to dull the doctor's voice. Still, despite the noise, I heard him. His unwelcome words echoed off sterile walls, while I, trapped on a bed, my feet in stirrups, twisted away from his voice. Here I see a well-lit diaphragm, and here I see 4 healthy chambers of the heart. I closed my eyes and waited for it to end, as one waits for the car to stop rolling at the end of a terrible accident. Her ultrasound ended, and like nearly all women forced into mandatory ultrasounds, Jones had her termination. No matter how many times this monster comes back to life, pro-choice forces will have to do battle against it until they finally kill it off once and for all. South Dakota. Come for the abortion, stay for the conversion to Christianity. As the spokeswoman for Abstinence Clearinghouse, a South Dakota-based organization that promotes the appreciation for and practice of sexual abstinence through distribution of age-appropriate, factual, and medically accurate materials. Leslie Unruh believed it was her crusade to spread the gospel of abstinence until marriage, as well as to tell the world that pornography, homosexuality, and masturbation were harmful to the person engaging in these activities. But if Abstinence Clearinghouse and abstinence-only education were Unruh's crusade, it was her pregnancy center, the Alpha Center, that was her kingdom. Opened in 1984, the Alpha Center was where Unruh tended to women who had unexpectedly become pregnant, allowing her access to potential souls to save, babies to bring into the world, and financial profit too. However, in 1987, the Alpha Center was accused of offering potential mothers money to continue their pregnancies and then give their babies up for adoption after they were born. The center was charged with 24 counts of unlicensed adoption and foster care practice, as well as false advertising. Although most of the charges were dismissed after Unruh pled no contest to 5 counts and paid a $500 fine. Despite this, the Alpha Center lived on, providing support for women who wanted their unplanned babies, while also trying to coax in and in some cases trick women who believed they had entered a place where they could obtain an abortion into not terminating their pregnancies. Business was good, as the organization received $2 million in taxpayer dollars between 2004 and 2009 for the abstinence-only sex education programs. Unruh had turned abstinence into a profitable enterprise. and while she had long been highly involved in lobbying for abortion restrictions in the state of South Dakota, once the state attempted to ban abortion altogether, she became even more engrossed in legislative efforts. Though a total ban on abortion in South Dakota had failed in 2006, pro-life activists in the state tried once again in 2008 with UNRWA spearheading the Vote Yes for Life campaign, which aimed to ban almost all abortions, though it allowed narrow exceptions for pregnancies resulting from rape or incest, or that threatened the life of the mother. When asked why she was pushing a ban just two years after the voters had rejected one, UNRWA explained, "I don't think they gave their final word. The voters disagreed with her again, as the ban was voted down, and abortion opponents were forced to look for a new restriction that would be more palatable to the general public." To the rescue came State Representative Roger Hunt. In 2011, Hunt proposed HB 1217, a bill he said would ensure that a woman's choice to terminate a pregnancy was voluntary, uncoerced, and informed. The coerced abortion idea was a favourite of Hunt's, a rabid opponent of women's right to choose. For example, he had been very vocal in explaining why exceptions for rape, incest, and health care were left out of the 2006 total abortion ban, Women Lie. In an interview with Time magazine, Hunt explained that if a woman really was raped, she could go to the hospital and take emergency contraception the night of the attack. In that instance, using emergency contraception, which he seemed to believe caused an abortion too, would be justified. But if the state allowed a general exception for rape, how could it know a woman wasn't just claiming to have been raped in order to obtain a pregnancy termination? So why not have an exemption for all rape victims, including the ones who are too shattered to report an assault right away? Hunt calls it a fine line that we're walking, but some of this is just to show that we're being fair and reasonable. In cases where we cannot determine if it's an unborn child or not, we're trying to be sympathetic to a woman who alleges she's been raped. But the sympathy expires after about a week. Very honestly, Hunt adds, "We don't want to have a lot of abortion clinics questioning a woman and having the woman say, 'Well, I was raped 4 months ago. I need an abortion.' We're trying to be sensitive to women who are legitimate rape victims and not give abortion clinics a chance to commit fraud on the system." As for coercion, Hunt believed that almost every woman considering abortion was being pressured by someone. She may be dealing with a lot of pressure from family, boyfriend, husband. We have a situation in which the woman may be getting so much pressure, she's not thinking clearly, Hunt told Time. Hunt's proposed bill would stretch the state's mandatory 24-hour waiting period between the woman's meeting with the doctor and the abortion to 3 days, like the one the Missouri legislature just passed. It would also compel a face-to-face meeting with a doctor, which would add an additional in-person visit for women to the state's only clinic located in St. Louis. Missouri also only has one clinic located in St. Louis. On its own, changing the waiting period from 1 to 3 days was a huge issue for a state that had exactly one abortion clinic, like Missouri. According to Alicia Sidor, Executive Director for NARAL Pro-Choice South Dakota, the Sioux Falls Clinic is convenient for the large number of state residents who live in the area, but for the rest of South Dakota, it's often easier to leave the state altogether. While this is the largest metropolis in the state, there are women that live in Rapid City, which is 5 hours away. If they were interested in accessing abortion services in South Dakota, they'd have to drive 10 hours round trip. And if this law goes into effect, they would have to do that potentially 3 times. So that's quite a bit of road time. There are certainly a number of women who leave the state just because it's easier, less travel, and less hoops to jump through in order to obtain services. Though forcing women to travel as much as 10 hours to access abortion care was obviously fine with South Dakota legislators like Roger Hunt, it would be a great hardship for the rural poor of the state. Obviously, women who are low income and live in rural areas, they have to travel further and spend more, said Cedar. If you don't have the resources to do that, then you don't have access to services at all. If you can't access the funds to travel to Sioux Falls or out of state.
Fellow citizen of Missouri.
Hey.
My name is Ellis Cole. I'm from Springfield, and I'm here because I support a woman's right to make her own choices. You don't have the resources to do that, then you don't have access to services. If you can't access the funds to travel to Sioux Falls or out of state, the most likely group to be impacted by an extended waiting period would be women who lived in South Dakota's Indian reservations, with where healthcare access was already difficult to obtain. Anecdotally, I don't think that women on the reservation, Native women, are impacted more so than others because the reservations are located in some of the poorest counties in the country, Fedor added. Not only do they lack resources, but also information, and there's very little access to services on the reservation. That is extremely problematic from our point of view because you're impacting minority and lower income women more than anyone else. Lakota reproductive rights activist Sonny Clifford was well aware of the problems the Native American community in the state already had in accessing family planning and women's health care. Women on the Pine Ridge Reservation face great distances between their homes and clinics, said Clifford, a Pine Ridge resident and board member for NARAL Pro-Choice South Dakota. Some women are fortunate enough to live near the hospital or clinics, but there are some who must find a way to travel up to 60 miles one way. Not everybody on the reservation owns a vehicle, and if there is a vehicular access, then they must find gas money, which isn't always there. We do have a public transit system, and a lot of people utilize that, but access is only on weekdays. Also, clinics and access to women's health clinic is only available on certain days of the week. Add in a 72-hour waiting period, and accessing abortion would become nearly impossible for the women of the community. Let's say a woman from the reservation is seeking an abortion. If the woman is from Pine Ridge Reservation, she has to find a way to get to Sioux Falls, which is a 5-hour trip. She's already on a time limit. Then, when she gets there, she must go through a mandatory counseling and then wait 72 hours and in the meantime provide herself lodging where she probably barely had enough money just to make it to Sioux Falls. The 72-hour wait places unnecessary struggles on Native American women with little money and little time. What if, by trying to get enough money, she was then running up against the legal limit to have an abortion? Those additional 72 hours could very well make her ineligible. While the extended wait time and additional travel expenses were a problem, it was the bill's other requirement that really got women's and civil rights supporters up in arms. Under HB 1217, as part of the new standard for pre-abortion care, a woman would be forced to enter a crisis pregnancy center and allow the volunteers there to try to talk her out of terminating her pregnancy. According to the bill, prior to the day of any scheduled abortion, the pregnant mother must have a consultation at a pregnancy help center, at which the pregnancy help center shall inform her about the education, counseling, and other assistance is available to help the pregnant mother keep and care for her child, and have a private interview to discuss her circumstances that may subject her decision to coercion. That prior to signing a consent to an abortion, the physician shall first obtain from the pregnant mother a written statement that she obtained a consultation with a pregnancy help center, which sets forth the name and address of the pregnancy help center, the date and time of the consultation, and the name of the counselor at the pregnancy help center with whom she consulted. If there was any doubt that the intent of the bill was to ensure that women were talked out of their decision to have an abortion, it was dispelled by the bill's definition of pregnancy help center. The Pregnancy Help Center has a facility or office in the state of South Dakota in which it routinely consults with women for the purpose of helping them keep their relationship with their unborn children. That one of its principal missions is to educate, counsel, and otherwise assist women to help them maintain their relationship with their unborn children, that they do not perform abortions at their facility and have no affiliation with any organization or physician which performs abortions, that they do not now refer pregnant women for abortions, and have not referred any pregnant women for an abortion at any time in 3 years immediately preceding July 1st, 2011. The greatest coercion for activists in South Dakota was that under the guise of making sure a woman wasn't being coerced into having an abortion, pregnancy centers would instead be acting to coerce her out of one. Often, crisis pregnancy centers are religiously affiliated, they are explicitly anti-choice, and their sole goal is to talk women out of seeking services, said Sador. In some cases, it's abortions. In others, it's abortion and birth control, and anything else that has to do with healthy sexuality. In this case, I think that this legislation was brought with hope that, if women are forced to walk in the door of one of these places, that they will be able to inundate them with anti-choice rhetoric and talk them out of seeking the services they are looking to find. It also left these crisis pregnancy centers relatively unregulated in what they can and can't say to women. So there's nothing to say that they can't just can't out and out lie. Our fear is that, while this legislation talks about women who are coerced into abortions, that their goal is to actually coerce women out of having them, even if this is a decision that's right for them and their family. By mandating that the pregnancy center counselors could discuss religion with the client only if she first signed a form and agreement, the bill did make it clear that the counselors wouldn't be conducting religious conversions while doing their evaluations. Still, there was no doubt that under the bill, women seeking terminations would be forced into dealing with faith-based organizations. As Alan Unruh, Leslie Unruh's husband, and the co-founder of the Alpha Center, explained, the entire Alpha Center story was inspired by God and the rising up of godly people with courage to be the salt and the light, to take action against the most evil act in this generation, the killing of innocent unborn babies and the deliberate deception of millions of women. Planned Parenthood condemned HB 1217 as a bill designed to force women to discuss basic medical care with a person who had no medical background. This bill, the first of its kind in the nation, would require women in some of the most difficult circumstances, including victims of rape and incest and mothers facing serious complications, to get permission for a legal medical procedure from an unregulated agency staffed by untrained volunteers, stated Sarah Stoss, CEO of Planned Parenthood, Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota. It's outrageous that the state would mandate that a woman must seek permission from so-called crisis pregnancy centers, which are not legitimate medical facilities, before she could access safe legal abortion care from her doctor. The crisis pregnancy centers wouldn't just be granting permission either, as Alicia Sador explained. The centers would also keep personal and contact information on every woman in the state seeking an abortion, although an updated version of HB 1217 required that such information be kept confidential. It still provided no penalties if the center did not. There is nothing that can be done if, let's say, the information was released, said Sador. It also just says that they can't release the information. It doesn't say that they can't do it with it themselves. So they certainly can continue to reach out to these women, and if you just imagine a slew of ways in which they harass and shame these women out of receiving services, it's certainly scary. An explicitly anti-choice organization in the middle of a woman and her physician as she's trying to obtain these completely legal services. The bill angered not just the standard reproductive rights advocates, but civil rights groups as well. Americans United, a group committed to the separation of church and state, was concerned that the state might in fact be legislating religion on top of violating the right to medical privacy. There's been some talk about how challenging this provision of South Dakota's law in court, wrote Rob Boston of Americans United. I hope this happens. I also hope it is struck down as a violation of the fundamental right of conscience. The South Dakota chapter of the American Civil Liberties Union vowed to fight the bill in court if it was ever signed into law, joining Planned Parenthood. If this opposition from these two groups was to be expected, opposition from another corner was much more surprising. Many pregnancy centers were also against the bill. Some worried that providing a woman with verification that she had met with them would make them complicit in the abortion itself. We are not here to talk women into or out of anything. We are here to make it possible for women to carry to term if that's what they want to do in their heart of hearts. Bella Pregnancy Center executive Roxanne Johnson told the Rapid City Journal. Because I have seen firsthand the devastation that abortion has caused many women and families, I would have a difficult time providing any statement that would assist or facilitate an abortion. Leslie Unruh seemed less concerned, saying that the centers weren't complicit since the patients could always lie. The woman can walk in the door and walk out without talking to anybody and say she was there. It's an honor system. Anti-abortion activists like Unruh may have been ready to move on the bill, but South Dakota's Republican Governor Dennis Dugard wasn't quite so anxious. The state had already incurred hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees from defending other abortion restrictions that had been passed and then blocked by the courts. And if it lost the fight over HB 1217, would again be responsible for paying the plaintiffs' legal bills. South Dakota had already paid about $500,000 to Planned Parenthood for legal fees in prior years, and Dugard didn't want to run up another tab. As a result, nearly 2 weeks went by after the passage of the bill before he finally signed it into law. The governor gave no interviews but said in a statement, "I hope that women who are considering an abortion will use 3-day period to make good choices. The reason between the bill's passage and Dugard's signature was that the governor was unwilling to sign until he knew who was going to pay for the litigation that would inevitably come. Once again, Representative Roger Hunt came to the rescue. If Dugard signed the bill, Hunt promised he would solicit donations from a legal fund the state could use to pay for the expected litigation. They want to put their money where their mouth is in a sense of protecting unborn children, Hunt said of the donations his group received. Lawmakers, even Republican ones, however, were less excited by the prospect of anonymous or outside donors paying for the state's legal expenditures. Either the state of South Dakota believes as a matter of policy that this is what we do and we pay for it, or we don't, said Senator Joni Cutler, a Republican from Minnehaha County. When we open the door for outsiders to come in and pay for it, that's just bad. When we're using the state's resources to litigate private matters just because someone claims someone else is going to drop a coin in the bucket, that's just bad government. Ultimately, some money flowed into the fund, but not to a great amount. In the week before Hunt's pledge to solicit donors and Dugard's signing of the bill on March 28, 2011, the fund gained about $15,000. Most of the money came from small pledges, though a few bigger donations came from people who were actively involved with Leslie Unruh's Vote Yes campaign. A donation of $2,500 came from the Girard Health Foundation, best known for funding Lila Rose's live action and inaccurate attack videos attempting to discredit, defund, and otherwise shut down Planned Parenthood. Most interesting were two small donations. One, a $20 anonymous donation, was a reminder that there was no requirement to disclose where the money came from, as is the case of the campaign donations. Another $100 came from Alan Unruh, Leslie's husband and co-founder of the Alpha Center. Planned Parenthood, Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, and the ACLU both followed through with their promise to challenge HB 1217. There are two ways to challenge abortion laws like these: on their face or as they are applied. Facial challenges usually carry a more difficult burden because the plaintiffs have to show that in a large fraction of the cases in which the relevant law would be applied, a substantial obstacle to a woman's decision to undergo an abortion would be present. However, to challenge as applied would mean waiting until after the law had gone into effect. Not wanting women to be forced to violate their pregnancy and civil rights in order to terminate a pregnancy, Planned Parenthood and ACLU had no choice but to challenge the law on its face. The two groups filed suit on May 27, 2011, blocking the bill well before its scheduled start date of July 1st. The act has both the purpose and the effect of severely restricting access to health care and violates patients' and physicians' First Amendment rights against compelled speech and patients' rights to privacy in their personal and medical information, said Planned Parenthood attorney Mimi Liu when announcing the suit. For his part, Roger Hunt couldn't comprehend what all the fuss was about. I don't understand why they are suing because it just seeks to give women more information and it seeks to remove coercion. It seeks to deal with a number of coercion elements where you have possible rapes and problems within families and whatnot. And we're trying to help these women deal with that coercion, he told the Associated Press. All of that seems to me to be in support of women, but for some reason, Planned Parenthood sees their money supply and the abortions being tried up, so obviously they're going to fight. Hunt may not have understood the lawsuit, but U.S. District Court Chief Judge Karen Schreier certainly did. She ruled that the law would remain blocked, and the compelling women to visit pregnancy centers was likely unconstitutional. Forcing a woman to divulge to a stranger at a pregnancy health center the fact that she has chosen to undergo an abortion humiliates and degrades her as a human being. The woman will feel degraded by the compulsive nature of the pregnancy health center requirements, which suggest that she has made the wrong decision, has not really thought about her decision to undergo an abortion, or is not intelligent enough to make the decision with the advice of a physician. Furthermore, these women are forced into a hostile environment. Following Schreier's ruling, the Alpha Center and another South Dakota pregnancy center successfully sued to intervene in the case. Their reasoning was that because there were approximately 700 abortions performed yearly in South Dakota, they could be denied access to many clients by the Planned Parenthood suit. Much as Jenny Lynn McCormick's lawyer Hearn had interviewed on her behalf in Idaho as a physician who could potentially provide care and be affected by the abortion ban he was challenging, the pregnancy centers had decided to step up as a new type of provider that could intervene on behalf of pregnant women as potential patients. Once more, the definition of a provider and medical entity was being turned on its head. The challenge to HB 1217 raised a series of important issues in the clash between reproductive rights and the practice of medicine. At the heart of the case was the issue of informed consent. According to Planned Parenthood versus Casey, Because an informed consent requirement must facilitate the wise exercise of a woman's right to abortion, such a requirement presents an undue burden unless it provides truthful and not misleading information. The legal principle seems simple and straightforward. If government is going to mandate that doctors disclose certain information to women in the course of rendering medical treatment, that information must be truthful. But since Gonzalez v. Carhart declared that legislatures can craft law in areas where there is no medical consensus, then what does it mean to have a truthful disclosure? This question would presumably coalesce with medical standards of care in treating pregnant women, but hasn't been the case, in large part because the impact of the Gonzalez decision and a shift to the courts to deferring legislatures over doctors when dictating what information a woman needs to know prior to making the decision to abort. The legal battle over the contours of informed consent and truth as determined by anti-choice legislatures dates back to 2005 and initial legal challenges to a previous South Dakota informed consent law stating that physicians, before performing an abortion, were required to read to their patients various state-mandated disclosures that included medically inaccurate information about the risk factors of the procedure. After several challenges at the district court level, in 2000, the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that the portion of the informed consent law that required doctors to disclose a link between abortion and an increased risk of suicide, a link rejected by nearly the entire medical community, was unconstitutional because it unduly burdened a woman's right to choose abortion, in addition to violating doctors' First Amendment right to be free from state-compelled speech. When rendering its decision, the court addressed the tension between mandated disclosures and medical standards of care, noting that common law duties of care that doctors owe patients already dictate what should and should not be disclosed in the course of treatment. Therefore, the specific requirement of the law that doctors disclose a heightened risk of suicide or suicide ideation was unnecessary. But if medical standards of care may be specific state-mandated disclosures unnecessary, the fact that the medical community did not generally recognize a causal connection between suicide and abortion made the risk of misleading women out of abortion very real. Legislatures have wide discretion to pass legislation in areas where there is medical scientific uncertainty, but the side advisory asserts certainty on the issue of medical and scientific knowledge where none exists. The court didn't stop here. The required suicide advisory would significantly constrain doctors' exercise of their professional judgment. Common law already requires doctors to inform patients of all known material or significant risks of a medical procedure. Thus, if a doctor considers suicide a known material risk of abortion, there is a common law duty to warn patients. It is the focus on whether the content of the statement is truthful and is important here. According to the state of South Dakota and the proponents of its mandated disclosure, the connection between abortion and suicide ideation and risk was the truth, despite the fact that professional and medical community disagreed. In the battle of medical testimony, anti-abortion advocates came up short. According to the court, the record does not demonstrate a generally recognized causal connection between abortion and suicide. In fact, it reveals vigorous debate over whether an apparent statistical correlation results from common cofactors rather than a showing that one causes the other. In the course of evaluating relevant peer-reviewed literature, the American Psychological Association concluded that there is no evidence that risk of mental health problems among women who abort unwanted pregnancies is any greater than that of women who miscarry or deliver such pregnancies. It was on this point that pro-choice advocates thought they had scored a major victory. Despite the latitude an abortion-hostile Supreme Court had granted state legislatures in crafting anti-abortion regulations, they did not have license to lie to women. Or they didn't until July 24, 2012, when the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals in the case of Planned Parenthood versus Rounds ruled that they did. In a ruling that fully reversed the earlier decision, a panel of conservative justices, all appointed by Ronald Reagan, held that the suicide disclosure was, in effect, not a lie, and that doctors must tell women they run an increased risk of suicide after having an abortion, because that information will help women make informed decisions regarding their medical care. The Rounds decision over informed consent and compelled disclosure illustrates the very damaging effect of the Gonzalez decision. When there is a battle over scientific evidence to support a proposed medical regulation like disclosure of an abortion-suicide link, state legislatures are free to choose which evidence they believe, and courts must defer to that choice, even if there is a mountain of evidence to the contrary. Based on the record of studies submitted by the state, are sufficiently reliable to support the truth of the proposition the relative risk of suicide and suicide ideation is far higher for women who abort their pregnancies compared to women who give birth or have not become pregnant, the Rounds ruling declared. It didn't matter that the journal article cited as evidence to support the alleged causation of suicide, or that no one had been able to replicate the original study's findings. In fact, the article was believed to be so fatally flawed that the journal that had published it was considering retracting it altogether. The Supreme Court in Gonzales had given the Eighth Circuit the cover it needed when it ruled that nothing prevented legislatures like South Dakota's from coming up with newer, stricter definitions of medical risk in the context of restricting access to abortion. Basically, the court ruled that in order to render the suicide advisory unconstitutionally misleading or irrelevant, Planned Parenthood would have to show that abortion had been ruled out to a degree of scientifically accepted certainty as a statistically significant causal factor in post-abortion suicides. And Planned Parenthood would have to make this showing of scientifically accepted certainty, despite the fact that such a degree of certainty is not required to justify the disclosure of it in the first place. Simply put, in South Dakota, when legislating against reproductive rights, abortion restrictions didn't need to be supported to a medical degree of certainty, but challenges to those restrictions did. Even before becoming the law of the land in South Dakota, HB 1217 had an effect on the laws of other states. In May 2012, the state of Utah decided to pass a similar bill. The only difference was that Utah left out the requirement that a woman first visit a crisis pregnancy center for an evaluation. Apparently, that one change made all the difference, as the bill was approved by the Utah House and Senate and received the governor's signature. Reproductive health centers decided that rather than go straight to a court challenge, they would evaluate the effects of the 3-day wait and decide whether it was worth the risk of initiating a court case that could easily turn in the state's favor and set a precedent that would encourage all other anti-abortion states to enact the same restriction. Within a few months of Utah's new 3-day waiting period going into effect, it became clear that if the bill was meant to deter women from having abortions, it wasn't working, as the rate of women seeking terminations was basically unchanged, other than eliciting recognition that the state had placed another hurdle to accessing abortion and provoking anger that the government was intruding on women's personal and medical decisions. The law had little practical effect. According to Heather Stringfellow, Vice President of Public Policy for Planned Parenthood Action Council of Utah, doctors stated that the law really hasn't changed anything. We are still providing abortions in a similar number to what we were prior to the law. We don't see people not returning more often. Women still make their decisions before they come to the consultations before the abortion. Most people just kind of take it in stride, said Stringfellow. There have been a handful of women and partners who have been very dismayed and upset by having to wait for 3 days. There have been a handful of people who have been pretty traumatized by the affair, but few people are surprised that there are all these hoops that they have to jump through. The fact that the extended wait period has no power to change a woman's mind potentially support the state of South Dakota's stance that HB 1217 does not represent an undue burden under Casey. That concern may have been behind Planned Parenthood's decision to discontinue their full challenge of the bill. In December 2012, Sarah Spells, president and CEO of Planned Parenthood Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, announced that the organization would request that their challenge to the 72-hour waiting period associated with the bill be dropped, with resources to be redirected to the mandatory crisis pregnancy center visit portion of the bill. Currently, we are focusing our energy and resources on fighting the most egregious part of this law, the crisis pregnancy center requirement, Stowe said in a statement. We still believe the 72-hour waiting period provision of this law is unconstitutional and an example of politicians interfering in the medical care of women. However, we have found a way to implement this provision while minimizing the negative effects for our patients. Planned Parenthood asked for the challenge to be dropped, with prejudice, meaning that it would reserve the right to challenge again down the road as circumstances changed. Either way, the mandatory crisis pregnancy center visit would continue to be litigated and blocked. By dropping the challenge to the waiting period, however, Planned Parenthood provided abortion opponents with just the precedent they needed to consider passing similar supersized waits in other low-access states. There was little doubt that another state would follow South Dakota and Utah's lead. The only question was which state would do it first. Washington, D.C., tug-of-war Medicaid style. As a quirk of being the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. has little control over its own budget and laws, and what control it does have is granted by the U.S. Congress. However, when James Madison decided that Congress should have ultimate decision-making power when it came to legislating on the city's behalf, he likely never realized what a coup it would become for those who wanted to limit a woman's access to a full spectrum of reproductive health care services. The fight over a woman's right to choose reached a fever pitch in Washington, D.C. in 2012 when the U.S. House of Representatives proposed numerous bills that would directly affect abortion laws in the city. In essence, conservative legislators had decided to treat the city as a microcosm of what abortion opponents wanted to do across the country, if provided with enough freedom. The most controversial bill was Arizona Representative Trent Frank's attempt to block the city from allowing any abortions after the fetus reached 20 weeks. A version of the 2010 fetal pain bill that had been passed in Nebraska, since no one had challenged the Nebraska law, and it had been passed in other states as well. Frank stated in a press release that it was a constitutionally sound law that should also be passed in D.C. Women's rights advocates and medical professionals disagreed. D.C.'s congressional delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton argued that if the bill were so sound, Franks and his cohorts would pass a federal version instead. Why wouldn't they put this bill in for the entire country if they feel so deeply about it? Norton asked the Huffington Post. The reason is that they're bullies, so they know that you pick on a district whose member cannot vote. On the House floor, you pick on the member who does not have any senators to protect her, and maybe you can get somewhere.
Hello, my name is Katie Woodruff, and I'm from Springfield, and I'm here because I support women. And I'm reading from Pro After Row. It seemed that Holmes had a point, as Franks had proposed the same restriction was when he was in the Arizona House of Representatives in the mid-1980s, and they had failed to pass. Gloria Phelps, the former president of Planned Parenthood, recalled that it was the constant pressure from women's rights activists in the state that had kept Frank's attempts to limit a woman's right to choose in check. In Arizona, we had done things like defeating a ballot initiative that would have outlawed most abortions, all except rape and incest, by the largest percentage that has ever happened to defeat a ballot initiative in the state. Philip recalled, we had gotten rid of Trent Franks, who is now back in Congress proposing the same legislation that he tried to get passed in Arizona that he couldn't. Abortion activists were just as anxious to keep Franks in check in D.C., but without the ability to vote him out of office, it was hard to have much impact. The right to an abortion has been a tug-of-war issue ever since Roe v. Wade was passed in 1973, especially for women who are poor and lack health insurance. In many ways, Washington, D.C. is an ideal barometer of this back and forth. For the past 4 decades, for example, whenever the Republican Party has had control of the U.S. House of Representatives, it has voted to ban Washington, D.C. from using Medicaid funds to pay for abortions for women in poverty. Whenever Democrats have regained control of the House, the ban has been repealed and Medicaid abortions allowed again. This pattern has continued into the Obama administration. In July 2009, because Democrats controlled the White House, Senate, and House, Washington, D.C. was allowed to use its own Medicaid funding to assist low-income women in obtaining abortions. Marcia D. Greenberger, co-president of the National Women's Law Center, explained that allowing D.C. to fund abortions for the poor is a matter of social justice and equality. Restrictions on public funding for abortions disproportionately affect women of color, a quarter of whom in D.C. are living in poverty and are more likely to rely on public funding for basic medical services. Greenberger said, the time needed to save money, if indeed they even can, often results in poor women experiencing delays in obtaining an abortion. The greater the delay in obtaining an abortion, the less safe the procedure becomes. These women who are unable to secure the funds can be denied affordable services altogether. Following the 2010 midterm elections, Democrats lost their majority in the House, and the D.C. Medicaid abortion funding ban has returned. This time the ban was reinstated as a condition in last-minute negotiations to prevent a potential government shutdown caused by a congressional impasse over a new budget. House Republicans, feeling emboldened by their transition from minority to majority, as well as a wave of victories across the country that had turned multiple legislative bodies and even entire states to Republican control, roadblocked the passage of a continuing resolution that would have provided additional funding for the daily operations of the government. The original asking price to keep the government afloat was the complete elimination of all Title X funding, family planning funding. In this case, the Democrats held strong and refused to allow money for contraceptions, health screenings, treatment for sexually transmitted infections to be eliminated, as this would have left the poor without quality care. The House Republicans then modified their request. They would leave in place family planning for the poor in the rest of the country, but in exchange, Washington, D.C. would once again have to give up their local funding of abortion for women who lacked financial means. Congresswoman Norton tried to stop the ban before it could be enacted. Prior to the final deliberations, she sent a letter to President Obama urging him not to let the poor women of Washington, D.C. be used as pawns. It would be acceptable to use the district's low-income women as a bargaining chip at a time when women's rights activists in the district have been particularly focused on protecting the city from a return to this restriction, she wrote. District residents, women's rights activists, and the entire civil rights community worked too hard to remove all D.C. riders while Democrats controlled Congress to have their efforts immediately turned around at the insistence of House Republicans. However, the president and congressional Democrats yielded to the Republicans, and the ban was put back in place as part of the final continuing resolution budget deal passed on April 8, 2011. Norton was livid. It looks to me that we were easy enough to throw under a bus, and that's where we landed, she told the New York Times. The district has become a sitting duck. The last-minute rider left, who had already had Medicaid abortion scheduled in a dire situation. The clinic that had previously scheduled procedures were surprised to learn that the ban was going into effect immediately, and that as of Wednesday, April 13th at midnight, Medicaid would no longer cover terminations. Tonight we received an urgent call from a partner clinic to notify us that the DC Medicaid is ending its coverage of abortion at midnight tonight. The DC Abortion Fund wrote on its webpage, the clinic had to call 28 women who were scheduled tomorrow and bring their DC Medicaid as payment that they needed to fundraise for the total cost of their procedures by their appointment tomorrow because Medicaid will no longer cover the cost of their abortion. These women are devastated. Val Valot, board president of DC Abortion Fund, vividly remembers the panicked call she received from the clinic once it learned that insurance would no longer cover the remaining payments for more than 24 women who would be having second trimester terminations the following morning. The total cost was likely to run $1,500 per woman. The clinic was trying to find out if they needed to tell these women to reschedule or if they could raise the money, recalled Valot. Postponing the procedure would mean the cost would go up. The cost was already a barrier for these women, and now it was about to become an increasingly tall one. The DCAF board took an emergency vote and agreed to cover the difference between the cost of the abortions and what the woman could afford to pay. As a result, the DCAF had to fundraise to try and regain all the emergency funding it had provided. We needed to combat the hit to our own finances, explained Valot. To fund 28 patients in one day is not something that is typically a part of our process. Normally, we have a very strict and regimented budget that we work with and per patient caps based on the term of the pregnancy. This broke away from our system altogether. With the help of its email and social networks, DCIF was able to raise the money it needed to recoup the cost of the last-minute blow to its already stretched budget. But although these 28 women were able to have their procedures, other women who had intended to use Medicaid to pay for their abortions were left on their own financially. Only 15 states in the country currently allow Medicaid to pay for abortions. In most instances, rather than just in cases of rape or incest or medical necessity. For these states, allowing termination to to be covered by Medicaid is a civil rights issue. In Minnesota, for example, the state's Supreme Court ruled in 1995 in the case of Doe versus Gomez that since a woman had a legal right to an abortion, abortion services must be paid via Medicaid in situations where the woman didn't have the money to pay for the termination herself. The Doe ruling stated that a woman does not lose access to abortion simply because she doesn't have the ability to pay for one. Otherwise, abortion is the right only those who are for it. Ian Peterson of the National Network of Abortion Funds explained the problem many women have obtaining enough money to have an abortion in states with the funding gap. As we know from other states where Medicaid doesn't cover abortions, it basically means that women don't get the abortions they need or want, or they go to great lengths and endure significant hardship in order to come up with the money. The average first trimester abortion, be it medication or surgical, costs about $500 out of pocket. Add on to that the expenses associated with receiving an abortion, such as for gas to travel back and forth to appointments and adhere to waiting periods, lodging if the provider is too far away for the patient to do a round trip easily in one day, child care for the 60% of women seeking abortions who already have children, and time away from work for those who are already employed, or who are employed. According to the Guttmacher Institute, which tracks research and trends in reproductive health care, in 2008, just 1/3 of privately insured U.S. women having abortions used that coverage to pay for their procedures. It is not clear how many of their plans offered full or partial coverage for abortion, or how many women were deterred from using the coverage because of concerns about confidentiality. Among women having abortions that year, methods of payment included paid out of pocket almost 60%, private insurance 12%, and Medicaid 20%, almost all of whom lived in the few states that used their own funds to cover medically necessary abortions. So how do women pay for abortion and the associated expenses, which can easily come to $1,000 just for a first trimester procedure, especially those who are struggling financially? Among the primary reasons women choose not to continue their pregnancies in the first place. For the National Network of Abortion Funds, it's a question that they've asked often, and one for they have developed an extensive list of answers. Abortion funds may be able to help you pay for your abortion, and you may be able to get a discount at your clinic, the group's website says. But abortion funds just don't have the money to cover the entire cost of your abortion. So you're going to need to come up with some money on your own. Remember that these are just ideas. Please don't ever do anything that makes you feel unsafe or put your health in danger. Unfortunately, most of the ideas that organizations suggest will either drive a woman further into debt or force her to accept someone else's generosity to control her own reproductive freedom. Advice includes cashing in bonds and returning previously purchased items to stores for cash, selling gift cards at less than face value, selling belongings, and borrowing money from friends, family, or support groups. For those who don't want to explain to others what the funding is needed for, they suggest financing the abortion with money meant to pay other bills, and then ask friends or family members for a loan to pay those bills. Raising the money to pay for an abortion also takes time for most women, and the further along the gestational age, the more expensive the termination becomes. After 9 weeks, a medication abortion is no longer an option, while after 12 weeks, many states won't perform an abortion in a clinic, requiring women to go to hospitals or travel to other states. With each delay comes a new expense. Each new expense creates another delay. For some women, the delay accumulates to the point that they can no longer have an abortion at all. The research literature clearly shows that restricting Medicaid funding for abortion forces many poor women already at greater risk of unintended pregnancy to term, reports Stanley Hinshaw, a senior fellow at the Guttmacher Institute and author of the 2009 study, Restriction on Medicaid Funding for Abortion, a literature review. Anti-abortion advocates are using these restrictions in a misguided attempt to reduce the nation's abortion rate. Instead, we should be focusing on reducing the underlying cause of abortion, unintended pregnancy, by ensuring better access and use to and use of contraception. According to Kershaw's research, poor women who do not have access to abortion coverage via Medicaid tend to delay their abortion an average of 2 to 3 weeks as they try to come up with the money to pay. In the end, approximately 25% of poor women seeking abortion are forced to give birth because funding for termination is unavailable. That average is consistent with Val Villot sees at DCAF. They just disappear, she says, referring to the women who start the process of trying to get an abortion, but eventually give up because there are too many barriers. There's a continual kind of drop-off as the process goes on. We have a general sense that once we have worked with a woman and had 2 or 3 conversations and make a pledge to cover the additional funds she needs, that it will pan out. But in 2011, 515 women got to the point where we offered a pledge and sent that pledge to a clinic. Out of that, 352 of those pledges were redeemed. We never know whether something came up, whether they got called in to work, whether a partner found out and they suddenly don't feel comfortable. We have no way of knowing that. We are very conscious about racing the clock. It's a race that many lower income women seeking help to afford a termination lose. Of the 515 women that we offered pledges, 380 of them were second trimester. Second trimesters tend to be the bulk of our work because the price just ticks up so dramatically. Women who are good advocates for themselves still aren't able to come up with hundreds and hundreds of dollars to cover that procedure. For these women, there is no equal access to health care, and there may never be. Following the Roe decision in 1973, it took the Supreme Court less than a decade to pivot from finding that a woman had liberty in interest in being free from forced procreation to endorsing the ability of states to regulate that interest out of existence by banning the use of Medicaid dollars to pay for abortions. The first funding challenge to the case came up in 1977, and with the embrace of legal precedent for privileging state interests in encouraging childbirth over abortion. Title of the Social Security Act that had established the Medicaid programs under which participating states could provide federally funded medical assistance to persons in need. The statute required states to provide qualified individuals with financial assistance in 5 general categories of medical treatment, including inpatient and outpatient, hospital, and physician services. Although the title does not require states to provide funding in all medical treatment, falling within the 5 general categories, it does require that state Medicaid plans establish reasonable interest to delegating care under Medicaid programs, so as long as these services are consistent with the objectives. In the case of Beal v. Doe, a group of Medicaid-eligible pregnant women challenged a Pennsylvania regulation that prohibited the use of state Medicaid fundings to pay for an abortion for indigent women unless a physician certified in writing that the procedure was medically necessary. The Pennsylvania regulations in effect at the time stated that an abortion was deemed medically necessary and therefore compensable under the state Medicaid program. If the mother's health was at risk, if the fetus would be born with an incapacitating physical or mental deficiency, or if there was documented evidence that the pregnancy was a result of forcible rape or incest, if a physician certified that one of these conditions was met, then 2 other physicians would have to concur in writing, and the procedure would have to be performed in a hospital. Among their claims, the plaintiffs in Beal alleged that Title of the Social Security Act required Pennsylvania to provide coverage in its Medicaid plan for all abortions and not just those deemed medically necessary. The plaintiffs objected to the exclusion of non-orthopedic abortions or those that would not fit the definition of medically necessary from the state Medicaid program on both economic and health. The court objection was based on the view that abortion is generally a less expensive medical procedure than childbirth. Therefore, states that refuse to fund abortions are increasingly public health costs, not reducing them. Furthermore, the plaintiffs argued banning non-therapeutic abortions also increase the risk to women, since early abortions pose less of a medical risk than childbirth. The Supreme Court already recognized pregnancy as a unique medical condition, and therefore the plaintiffs argued the idea that it is reasonable for states to ban non-therapeutic, i.e. unnecessary abortions, should not apply. But the majority of justices on the court were not convinced by these arguments, and as a result, established by judicial flat that poor women were not had the same kind of access to abortion services as women with financial means. Without determining whether the plaintiffs' economic and health-related objections were accurate, the court did not agree that exclusion of non-therapeutic abortions from Medicaid coverage was unreasonable. The plaintiffs, the court held, had failed to take into account the state's valid and important interest in encouraging childbirth, although the court conceded that under Roe, before viability, a woman's constitutionally protected privacy interest outweighs the state's interest. The majority was quick to clarify that even pre-viability, the state's interest in a woman's pregnancy is significant and continues to be so throughout the course of her pregnancy. Writing for a 6-3 majority, Justice Lewis Powell concluded that the state merely required that participating states provide financial assistance to broad categories of care, nothing more. That meant so long as the state's plan included reasonable standards for determining eligibility, and so long as those standards were consistent with the objectives of Medicaid, states were free to place restrictions on coverage for abortion access because those restrictions would not interfere with Medicaid's goal, which was to enable each state, as far as practical, to furnish medical assistance to individuals whose income and resources are insufficient to meet the cost of necessary medical services. And as if seeing the looming battles ahead, the court made it clear that states that tried to exclude necessary medical treatment from their Medicaid plans would likely run afoul. Whereas because these were elective abortions, what the court characterized as unnecessary, though perhaps desirable, medical services, excluding them was completely consistent with the Social Security Act. While Justice William J. Brennan, Thurgood Marshall, and Harry Blackmun each filed separate dissents in the case, it was clear that not even 5 years after Roe, the retreat from women's reproductive rights as a matter of settled law had begun. In his dissent, Justice Brennan argued that pregnancy was a medical condition of which live birth was only one possible outcome. What course of treatment a woman selected to address this condition was a matter that should be left up to the complete freedom of the patient in her physician. Once medical treatment of some kind is necessary, he wrote, Brennan also stressed that Pennsylvania's policy of not paying for the cost of non-therapeutic abortions could not be justified by either cost considerations because the medical costs associated with childbirth are higher than those associated with abortion, or by an interest in maternal health because abortions early in pregnancy are safer than carrying the child to term. Justice Marshall dissented principally on the grounds that the state's policy of not funding non-therapeutic abortions was intended to coerce poor women into continuing their pregnancies. Justice Blackmun argued that the state's regulations and policies at issue were all designed to do indirectly what the state and municipalities could not do so directly, which was to interfere with a pregnant woman's decision to obtain abortion. Beale wasn't the only funding challenge to appear before the Supreme Court in 1977. In the case of Marver v. Roe, a regulation limited state Medicaid benefits for the first trimester abortion to those that were medically necessary, a term that was also defined also to include psychiatric necessity. The state enforced a limitation on psychiatric necessity by requiring prior authorizations from the Department of Social Services before an abortion could be performed. In order to obtain authorization for a first trimester abortion, the hospital or clinic where the abortion was to be performed had to submit, among other things, a certificate from the patients, attending physicians, stating that the abortion was medically necessary. Two indigent women who were unable to obtain this certificate challenged the regulation required the state of Connecticut to provide coverage in its Medicaid plan for all abortions, not just those that were medically necessary. The plaintiffs claimed that Connecticut had to treat abortion and childbirth equally in its regulation and couldn't show a policy preference by funding only medical expenses related to childbirth. Plaintiffs also challenged funding restrictions on protection grounds, arguing that it was discriminatory for the state to prefer childbirth over abortion in funding. Again, by a 6-3 vote, the Supreme Court held that the Constitution did not require states to pay for all the costs of non-therapeutic abortions for indigent women. Writing for the majority for a second time, Justice Powell pointed out that the Constitution imposed no obligation on the states to pay the pregnancy-related medical expenses of the indigent women, or indeed to pay any of the medical expenses for the indigent.
Hi, my name is Sophie Slater and I'm from Springfield, Missouri. And I'm here today because I believe the Missouri legislature should stop focusing on restricting women's access to healthcare and instead pass useful bills. I will be reading from Crow After Row, where Katie left off. For purposes of equal protection analysis, a statute, regulation, or policy is subject to strict scrutiny if it classifies on the basis of a suspect personal characteristic, e.g. race, national origin, alienage, or if it impinges on the exercise of a fundamental constitutional right. In this case, the court determined that the Connecticut abortion funding limitation did neither. In an incident where a woman desiring an abortion does not come within the limited category of disadvantaged classes so recognized by our cases, Powell wrote. Nor does the fact that the impact of the regulation falls upon those who cannot pay lead to a different conclusion, because the court has never held that financial need alone identifies a suspect class for purposes of equal protection analysis. Furthermore, the court held a poor woman wasn't really injured by the privilege accorded to pregnancy by the Connecticut statute, in that she was no worse off than she would be had the state chosen not to favor childbirth, since it already prevented Medicaid funds for non-therapeutic abortions. Having decided that the regulation limiting abortion funding did not require application for the strict scrutiny standard of review, the most rigorous legal test a court can apply when considering the constitutionality of a law regulating a personal right, the court then considered whether the limitation satisfied the more relaxed rational basis standard of review. Under that standard, the question was whether the distinction the regulation drew between childbirth and non-therapeutic abortion was rationally related to a constitutionally permissible purpose. The court concluded that it was. Roe itself, Justice Powell observed, explicitly acknowledged the state's strong interest in protecting the potential life of the fetus, an interest honored over the centuries. The Connecticut regulation rationally furthers that interest, Justice Powell explained, because the medical costs associated with childbirth are substantial and significantly greater than those normally associated with elective abortions during the first trimester. Subsidizing the costs incident to childbirth is a national living, he concluded. Justice Brennan, joined by Justices Marshall and Blackmun, dissented and cut right to the chase, namely that the court's decision would force poor women to carry unwanted and dangerous pregnancies to term. As a practical matter, Brennan wrote, many indigent women feel they have no choice but to carry their pregnancies to term because the state will pay for the associated medical services, even though they would have chosen to have abortions if the state had also provided funds for that procedure, or if the state had provided funds for neither procedure. If states are free to restrict Medicaid funding for non-therapeutic abortions, what happens if federal funding for those permitted becomes unavailable? Are states required to step in? That was the issue before the court in Harris versus McRae, and the answer was no. Almost immediately following the 1976 passage of the Hyde Amendment, the act that blocked Medicaid insurance from covering abortion, except in very specific cases, the law faced a legal challenge in federal court in New York. Cora McRae, a New York Medicaid recipient, pressed her case that Hyde violated her Fifth Amendment due process rights, as well as the First Amendment's established clause. On the day the lawsuit was filed, the federal court issued a nationwide injunction preventing implementation of the Hyde Amendment while the legal challenges proceeded. Later, the Supreme Court decisions in Beal versus Doe and Mayer versus Roe, establishing that states were not required to reimburse for elective abortions, effectively lifted the New York District Court's injunction and sent the case back for reconsideration. The game was afoot. The legal battle over the impact the Hyde Amendment would have on the lives of poor women would not last much longer. Judge John Francis Dooling Jr., who handled the McRae matter from the beginning, issued a temporary restraining order accompanied by lengthy findings of facts and conclusions of law, thereby preventing the Department of Health, Education and Welfare from implementing the law and temporarily protecting the rights of poor women to more broadly access abortions. But on June 30th, 1980, in the case of Harris versus McRae, a sharply divided Supreme Court reversed Judge Dooling's order, ignoring his comprehensive findings of fact, as well as the principle that the state must respect the constitutional rights of the poor in distributing or limiting welfare benefits, and held that the extreme limitations on Medicaid funding in the Hyde Amendment were constitutional. For poor women, it wouldn't matter if an abortion was necessary to save their lives. Anti-abortion lawmakers were free to cut off Medicaid dollars to pay for the procedure. The Supreme Court approved the elimination of abortion from publicly funded healthcare programs, even in cases where a pregnant woman's health was gravely endangered or she was pregnant as a result of rape or incest. The decision was nothing short of an affront to the foundations of Roe and an endorsement of segregating healthcare. Under the Medicaid program, states were not obligated to fund abortions for which no federal funds were available. The court concluded that the Medicaid statute created a cooperative funding scheme, and that if the federal government declined payment, then the state did not have to provide the funds. Put another way, Roe v. Wade created no affirmative right to a government-funded abortion. Thus, it is permissible, the court said, for the government to use its funding powers to show a preference for childbirth over abortion. Justice Brennan, joined by Justices Marshall and Blackmun, again led the dissent, finding that the denial of federal funding under the Hyde Amendment was tantamount to governmental coercion, because it discouraged poor women from exercising their abortion rights granted by Roe. Justice Marshall filed a separate dissent, finding that the denial of funding for abortions for the poor was equivalent to a denial of legal abortion. He said in this case, the governmental benefit in the form of funding is vital because, barred from accessing service, a woman would either seek an illegal abortion or carry a child to term and lose control over the direction of her life. He said the class of poor women affected by the Hyde Amendment included many minorities and that the governmental interest at issue, the protection of potential life, did not measure up to the rights of the women. Marshall predicted that decision would have a devastating impact on the lives and health of 4 women. He couldn't have been more correct. On the same day in 1980, the court issued a companion ruling on the funding of abortion in Williams versus Zabaras. This case involved an Illinois law that prohibited the use of state medical assistance funds to pay for abortions for women and state Medicaid program, and 2 other medical assistance programs financed solely with state funds, unless the procedure was necessary to preserve the life of the mother. 2 Illinois physicians who performed abortions, a woman who alleged that she sought an abortion that was medically necessary but not necessary to save her life, and a welfare rights organization, brought a lawsuit in federal district court challenging the funding restrictions. After the case bounced back and forth several times in the district court and the Court of Appeals, the district court was finally directed by the Court of Appeals to rule on the constitutionality of the Hyde Amendment, which had not been challenged by the plaintiffs, as well as the Illinois law in question. The direct court held that both the Hyde Amendment and the Illinois law denied women seeking abortions equal protection under the law because each prohibited funding of medically necessary abortions, even though all other medically necessary operations were funded. Accordingly, both the state law and the Hyde Amendment were declared unconstitutional. The district court, however, enjoined enforcement only of the state law, not the Hyde Amendment. Under the law in effect at the time, the district court's judgment was appealed directly to the Supreme Court, bypassing the Court of Appeals. The court divided on the issues of the case, unanimously holding that the district court lacked jurisdiction to decide the validity of the Hyde Amendment, but ruling by a vote of 5-4 that the state of Illinois could restrict public funding of abortions to those necessary to preserve the life of the mother. In the first part of its opinion, the court held that the district court lacked jurisdiction to decide the constitutionality of the Hyde Amendment because it had not been challenged by the plaintiffs and vacated that portion of the lower court's judgment. In the second part of its opinion, the court noted that both plaintiffs' statutory claim under Title 19, and their constitutional claim under the Equal Protections Clause were foreclosed by the court's decision the same day in Harris versus McRae. With that, the court consigned 4 women to a life where reproductive health services were simply not readily available and accessible. How large a problem is the financial burden of paying for an abortion? From 2000 to 2008, 40% of all abortions were obtained by women who were at or below the poverty line, according to the Guttemacher Institute. While the rate of abortions in general was decreasing, thanks in part to greater access to contraception and sex education, for poor women, the number continued to grow. There is an overrepresentation of the poor, of women of colour, and clearly the economic recession that was at its height at the time this data was collected and had an impact on poor women's decisions to proceed or not with a pregnancy. Carol Duffy of the Bixby Center for Global Reproductive Health at the University of California, San Francisco, told USA Today in 2011, the stories women tell about trying to find the money to afford the procedure can be heart-wrenching. On its website, Women's Medical Fund, an organization that helps provide funding in Pennsylvania to women who need abortions, tells the story of a few of the women they have assisted. W.S., a young mother of 2 small children. She supports her family on her monthly Social Security check of $670. She was sexually assaulted by her cousins and became pregnant from the rape. When he threatened to kill her if she told anyone about it, she was too fearful to turn to family members for help paying for her abortion. she managed to set aside some money from her monthly benefit check, and $122 from WMF filled the remaining gap. PT is the young mother of a toddler who receives $158 per month in welfare to supplement her monthly wages of $140. Unable to afford her own place, she pays $150 each month to rent a room from a friend. Although she uses Medicaid for her other healthcare needs, she is prohibited from using it for an abortion. She struggled to set aside $200 towards the cost of her abortion, but her drug-addicted sister stole the money from her purse. After the theft, she turned to her mother and friends to borrow money, and WMS closed the gap with $96. When 17-year-old BR's mother fell behind in the rent, the landlord evicted BR and her family from their apartments. She, her mother, and her 3 siblings moved into a motel room while her mother tried to come up with enough money for alternative housing. BR's boyfriend stopped returning her calls when she told him that she was pregnant. She is contributing her family's savings of $260 towards her abortion. WMF closed her gap with $210. In addition to the typical cases that groups like the Women's Medical Fund try to help out with, there are also special situations like that of Sophia, in which even the health of the mother is affected by Medicaid abortion bans. In June 2012, the New York Abortion Access Fund sent out an emergency appeal on behalf of a woman called Sophia, who has been treated with chemotherapy for cancer and had been told that because of the treatment, she would not be able to get pregnant. However, she did get pregnant, but because of the chemotherapy drugs, the fetus suffered severe anomalies. Sophia was already too far along in her pregnancy for doctors in most states to be able to perform a termination. And in her state, Medicaid did not pay for abortion, even when the mother was ill and the fetus was deemed incompatible with life. There was just one clinic in the country able to perform the termination, but the cost was $12,000. Donors were stepping in, and the clinic offered to absorb as much of the cost as it could, but Sophia was still short nearly $2,000. It is clear that this young woman deserves our funding. Yet, $1,750 is 10 times our average grant amount, the fund wrote in a plea for help. We are turning to you today to request an emergency contribution to help this woman terminate this pregnancy that poses serious risk to her health. Though the fund eventually received the money it needed to help Sophia, she was just one case. As more women find it impossible to afford a termination, and more states refuse to allow women and girls to use Medicaid to cover the cost of terminating a pregnancy, abortion funds have taken over the lion's share of filling the gap, which is not a sustainable long-term solution. By allowing Medicaid funding to be used to pay for prenatal care and birthing costs, but not for terminations, the government is essentially asking poor women to give birth, regardless of a woman's personal choice. A fate that other women can avoid simply because they have the financial means. That was the argument behind a law in Washington State would have required insurance plans to include coverage for abortion if they also covered maternity care. But when state Democrats tried to expand the scope of the bill to include both public and private insurance plans, Republicans killed it by tying it to the state's budget bill to block it from getting to the Senate for a vote. As frustrating as it was when anti-abortion politicians blocked legislation that would make it easier for women who are poor to have the same reproductive choices as women of means, at least women who live in states that deny coverage are being blocked by their own legislatures. The same can't be said for those who reside in Washington, D.C., where the preference of the majority of the residents is being overruled by a group of lawmakers whom the citizens have no ability to hold responsible for their votes. This is just what the House GOP relies on, and is why they chose Washington, D.C. as a testing ground for model legislation they wish to implement in the rest of the country. Despite the fact that she quite literally had no voice, being both denied a vote on the legislation affecting her and refused a chance to speak at the hearings when the laws for D.C. were being written, Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton continued to advocate on behalf of her constituents, even if the media was her only audience. During the past 4 years, I worked to carry out the will of DC residents and our local government by successfully removing all of the accumulated appropriations riders that eliminated the district's right to decide how to spend its local funds on behalf of its residents, including for abortion for low-income women, she said. Not only do Republicans seek to trample on DC's rights as a self-governing jurisdiction, they apparently seek to trample on my rights as a member of Congress to participate in the legislative process by giving testimony on a bill that directly affects this district. Trent Franks and his anti-abortion cohorts might be relentless, but Norton swore she would be just as vigilant. We will not give up on our efforts to use every means to stop all anti-home rule attempts to roll back the progress the district has made over the past 4 years, including today's attempt to prevent DC from funding abortions for low-income residents. Chapter 9, Texas, an inaccessible medical system for poor women. I've met too many prospective moms and dads from all across Texas who want nothing more than the chance to love a child they can call their own. I know of too many families that have been blessed and made whole by the glorious gift of adoption to ever believe there can be such a thing as an unwanted child. While Texas Governor Rick Perry spoke those words at a fundraiser for the Downtown Pregnancy Center of Dallas in 2009, he was singing the praises of organizations that support women and teens in the state who choose to carry unintended pregnancies to term. However, what the governor didn't mention was that between his gutting of family planning funding and his ceaseless vendetta against the state's Planned Parenthood affiliates, he himself has been and continues to be the biggest factor in creating unwanted children by blocking access to affordable contraception, especially for women who are uninsured or rely on the state's low-income Medicaid coverage to meet their healthcare needs. Texas isn't the only state to attempt to cut off Title X family planning funding to Planned Parenthood. In 2011, Shelby County in Tennessee shifted its funding to Christ Community Health Services, effectively cutting off Planned Parenthood Greater Memphis region from Title X funds. While Christ Community Health Services did not provide access to emergency contraception or offer referrals to places that did, it did offer a lecture on God. One patient testified at a public hearing that a practitioner told her, "If only your relationships with people and God were right, you would have fewer health problems." In response to Shelby County's action, the federal government awarded Planned Parenthood Greater Memphis region a grant so that the organization could continue to provide care to its low-income and uninsured patients. In July 2012, the healthcare provider announced it had received a 3-year grant worth $395,000 annually for Title X family planning services from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Office of Grants Management. This grant award means that Planned Parenthood will be able to resume providing essential healthcare services to the low-income women and teens who depend on us every day to help them plan their families. Planned Parenthood Greater Memphis Region CEO Barry Chase said that when it was announced, it means our patients who qualify will be able to get the confidential, unbiased care they need from the provider they prefer and trust. While Tennessee tried to defund Planned Parenthood by choosing a different provider, Ohio attempted to defund the group by creating a hierarchy of providers that could have Title X funding and putting Planned Parenthood in the last place on that list. It was meant to ensure that funding would run out before Planned Parenthood ever got to the front of the line. Under the proposed amendment, all family planning dollars in the state would first be allocated to local health departments, then federally qualified community health centers, a definition that did not include Planned Parenthood clinics. Anything still left would go to private care centers, and last, Planned Parenthood. Advocating for the amendment was Ohio Right to Life President Mike Bonitakis, who told the Cleveland Plain Dealer that family planning should be going to places like Lower Lights Ministries, which also catered to low-income women. This money should be going to them, as opposed to the abortion industry, Gonidicus said, either not knowing or not caring that the faith-based clinic he was referencing had multiple doctors who wouldn't even provide birth control. The amendment to reprioritize family planning funding in Ohio was added to the 2011 mid-year budget review, but was stripped out because of negative feedback from constituents. It was returned during the lame duck session in 2012, but Ohio Senator Tom Niehaus refused to let that bill or the contentious heartbeat ban out for a vote. The Texas bid to defund Planned Parenthood wasn't any more popular with its residents. The state was already deep in a healthcare crisis. Less than half of its population had private insurance coverage, and a quarter of its citizens were completely uninsured. In 2010, Texas ranked number 1 in the percentage of uninsured adults in the country, with nearly 5 million uninsured between the ages of 19 and 64. The numbers were even worse for minority groups. According to the Texas Medical Association, 37% of Hispanics, Latinos, 21.4% of African Americans, and 21.1% of Asians in the state were uninsured, compared to only 13.5% of whites. As a result, the state is suffering from adults who lacked primary care doctors, often skipped preventative care, and were forced to use emergency rooms as their primary healthcare source. The situation was even worse for women, especially the Latina population in the state, who without access to physicians would be unable to obtain birth control or other family planning needs, increasing the rate of unintended pregnancies and continuing their cycle of poverty. Latinas, as it stands, currently have the least amount of access to health insurance of any ethnic group of women in the United States, replied Veronica Beatty Flores, a policy research specialist at the National Latina Institute for Reproductive Health. Low-income Latinas who otherwise qualify for public assistance, such as Medicaid, or any other kinds of programs that are there to provide public assistance, often do not qualify because if they're immigrant Latinas, sometimes they're undocumented, so that would prevent them from qualifying for a number of different healthcare programs. Latinas are already operating from a context of disproportionate poverty and lack of access to care. So when you take away the cornerstones like that, it's actually a huge impact on Latinas. In fact, according to Flores, sometimes it takes getting pregnant to get any health care at all. Those are some of the places where undocumented women are actually able to get care when they're pregnant. It's a disturbing feeling for them that that's actually only one of the only times that they'll be able to receive any care when they're pregnant. It was exactly these sorts of issues that had led to the development of Title X funding as a federal program in the first place. With the government providing grants, women who are poor, uninsured, or using Medicaid could obtain exams, contraception, prenatal care, and other basic healthcare services without having a primary physician. Access to contraception was understood to be crucial in reducing unplanned pregnancies and cutting health expenses associated with abortion and giving birth. According to a 2012 report from the Brookings Institute, for every dollar spent on contraception, taxpayers save between $2 and $6. These were the types of arguments that led to the creation of the Texas Medicaid Women's Health Program, WHP. The program serves low-income, uninsured women in the state, allowing them to visit providers for family planning needs and health screenings for cancer, as well as testing sexually transmitted infections. The funding for the program is used entirely for these screenings and for providing contraception, and no clinic that participates, including Planned Parenthood affiliates in the program, offers abortions. Yet, it was the spectre of fungible funding that Governor Perry and his cohorts used to pass a law forbidding Planned Parenthood affiliates from being a part of WHP. Planned Parenthoods across the country provide abortions, are affiliated with abortion providers, or refer women to abortion providers. The governor's spokesperson told the New York Times in March 2012. Republican State Representative Wayne Christian agreed. I don't think anybody is against providing healthcare for women. What we're opposed to are abortions. Planned Parenthood is the main organisation that does abortions. So we kind of blend being an anti-abortion with being anti-Planned Parenthood. However, when Christian was asked if this was a war on birth control, he responded, "Of course it's a war on birth control, abortion, everything. That's what family planning is supposed to be about." To assist in the defunding process, Texas dropped its 2-year budget for family planning from $111 million to $38 million. The elimination of 2/3 of its family planning budget would cut services for 100,000 women in the state and was projected to lead to 20,000 unwanted pregnancies that would cost the state about $230 million. Those who are familiar with Governor Perry's record knew that this wasn't a money-saving endeavour. In 2005, Perry had taken a swing at the state's family planning funding, transferring $10 million to federally qualified health centres, FQHCs, community-based clinics that provide a full range of healthcare services, choosing to fund those clinics instead of Planned Parenthood or reproductive health centres. According to reporter Jordan Smith, while those funds may have gone to FQHCs, that does not mean patients were served. Smith wrote in The Nation that the first year, $2 million of that $10 million was returned to the state, unused. Though their costs per client were $50 more than what Planned Parenthood spent, the FQHCs continued to return funds every year. Perry also took $5 million in family planning funding and gave it to crisis pregnancy centres, allowing them to use taxpayer funding to counsel women with unintended pregnancies to give birth rather than choose an abortion. According to a report by the Washington Independent, almost all of the funding for the state pregnancy centres went to Christian-centric non-profit agencies. It didn't take long for the federal government to make it clear that Texas's move to cut Title X funding was unacceptable. The Department of Health and Human Services warned Governor Perry that purposely ousting Planned Parenthood as a provider and prohibiting the organization's 10 funds put the state in danger of losing all of its family planning funding. Still, Perry insisted that it was the Obama administration that was putting a political agenda over the well-being of the state's poor and uninsured women. He wrote in a March 8, 2012 op-ed, "Why would the Obama administration take away access to health care for low-income Texas women? Because this administration puts funding for providers and affiliates ahead of funding for women's cancer care. Texas operates an overwhelming legislators prohibits abortion providers and affiliates like Planned Parenthood from receiving taxpayer money. Because to use this to fund abortion providers and their affiliates, the federal government will cancel the Women's Health Program. A twisted values, not to mention a continued disregard for the basic concept of states' rights. Perry approved the ban on Planned Parenthood affiliates being used in WHP, even if it meant the loss of federal funds, and vowed to replace the lost $30 million from the state budget. I am directing you to begin working with legislative leadership to identify state funding to continue to provide these services, in full compliance with the Texas law, should the Obama administration make good on its to give 100,000 plus women. Wrote in a public letter to Texas Health and Human Services Commissioner Tom Schultz. Texans send a substantial amount of our tax dollars to Washington, D.C., and it is unacceptable that the Obama administration is denying Texas taxpayers the use of those dollars to fund this program simply because it has a pro-abortion agenda. Supporting Perry in his mission was the Catholic Bishops of Texas, which argued that ousting Planned Parenthood as a provider, despite the fact that the Texas clinics in question didn't offer abortion services, actually reinforced comprehensive women's health care. There are only 44 Planned Parenthood locations in the Women's Health Program, and many do not provide comprehensive health care. say, for example, mammograms or many common gynecological services, which are critical for women's health. It is the Texas Bishop's position that the true women's health services should be separated from services that are not healthcare, namely contraception, sterilization, and abortion. By insisting that the state of Texas cannot direct funds to thousands of providers statewide who offer true, comprehensive women's health care, and instead require Medicaid funds to go to prop up 44 Planned Parenthood clinics, the federal government risks removing preventative health care from hundreds of thousands of women in Texas. That the bishops referred to contraception as not health care is telling. The WHP program is supposed to offer family planning services to low-income women, and those who advocate the exclusion of Planned Parenthood from the program and the use of alternative providers are admitting that they don't believe birth control should be offered at all. It's a variation of the same argument used to oppose the birth control mandate in the Affordable Care Act. The bishops want contraception out of the Affordable Care Act entirely, explained John O'Brien, president of Catholics for Choice. That would affect all Americans. And if you think that's the whole story, again, you are wrong. According to O'Brien, the bishops' fight against contraception is motivated by their desire to continue to get federal funding for their charity work while still being allowed to adhere to and enforce their own set of moral rules. They've carefully constructed a very bogus argument taken to the far extreme, O'Brien says. In the end, the bishops got their way when, in March 2012, the state of Texas began phasing Planned Parenthood out of the WHP. Governor Perry touted the more than 2,500 doctors in the state as a primary reason why it would be just fine to move women away from Planned Parenthood services. However, as Texas-based freelance journalist Andrea Grimes discovered in her own personal investigation, getting access to a doctor is very complicated for patients without insurance. Most places like telephone did not provide reproductive health care and instead focused on providing low-income housing, job training and addiction recovery. A homeless shelter on the FQHC list did tell me I could get a free pap smear if I could prove I was homeless. I then got sidetracked looking into something called Project Access, a low-cost program that helps uninsured people who do not qualify for Medicaid. But because I made more than about $20,000 last year, as an unmarried woman without kids, I did not qualify for that either. And the Texas Breast and Cervical Services, which is supposed to provide low-cost screenings for Texas women, it referred me to Planned Parenthood, so that was a no-go. The full switch to the Texas funding program wasn't expected to be complete until November 1st, 2012. Conveniently, a few days before the 2012 election. But concerns began to grow as women were told that as of May 1st, they would no longer be able to use Planned Parenthood as their provider. Texas Planned Parenthood filed suit against the state on April 11th, and on April 30th, the 5th Circuit Court of Appeals blocked the ban from going into effect, saying it was likely unconstitutional because it bars Planned Parenthood from participating in the women's health program based on their affiliation with legally and financially separate entities that engage in constitutionally protected conduct related to abortion. Perry and his administration appealed the ruling by reassessing how a provider for the program could be barred. Now, instead of disqualifying only groups associated with an abortion provider, they also banned any group that so much as referred patients or even mentioned abortions. This essentially created a state gag rule that many medical providers feared would jeopardize the ability to assist patients. Collectively, the Texas Medical Association, the Texas Division of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, the Texas Association, the Texas Academy of Family Physicians, and the Texas Pediatric Society sent a letter to the Department of State Health Services expressing their concerns about the law. The relationship between patient and physician is based on trust and creates the physician's ethical obligations to place the patient's welfare above his or her own personal politics. self-interest, and above obligations to other groups, wrote the organisations which represented more than 45,000 medical practitioners. Among other worries was the concern that doctors might leave the programme because of the new regulation, making an already precarious provider situation even worse. As Perry continued to fight the federal government over funding for women's healthcare, an even bigger storm was brewing in 2012. The Supreme Court had just ruled that the Affordable Health Care Act, President Obama's signature healthcare reform bill, was constitutional, and that states would need to extend Medicaid eligibility or be prepared to give up their expansion funding. The expansion would be a boon to Texas, a state that relied heavily on Medicaid, by cutting the cost of the uninsured on the state health care system. On principle, however, Governor Perry had to remain as stubbornly committed to rejecting the funding as he had been to rejecting WHP funding. In a July 2012 letter to Health and Human Services Secretary Kathleen Sebelius, Perry pointedly stated his opposition to the expansion of Medicaid funding. I oppose both the expansion of Medicaid as provided in the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act and the creation of the so-called state insurance exchange, because both represent brazen intrusions into the sovereignty of our states. I stand proudly with the growing chorus of governors who reject the PPACA power grab. Thank God and our nation's founders that have the right to do so. Neither a state exchange nor the expansion of Medicaid under the Orwellian-named PPACA would result in better patient protection or in more affordable care. What they would do is make Texas a mere appendage of the federal government when it comes to healthcare. But rather than forcing a state to become a mere appendage of the federal government in regards to healthcare, Medicaid and Title X specifically were designed to function as a partnership between individual states and the federal government, with both working towards the common goal of delivering healthcare services to those most in need. By its very design, Title X assumes cooperation between states and the federal government, cooperation that the Perry administration refused to give. Where the law envisioned a marriage of federal and state interests, the Perry administration insisted on going it alone, refusing to enter into a partnership with the Obama administration and instead moving forward with turning Texas into a healthcare desert for the poor and uninsured.
I inquire to my fellow Missourians.
I yield the microphone.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Kelly McNicholas. I'm a practicing OBGYN in St. Louis, Missouri. I am here today as a physician to express my deepest disappointment in our legislative body. Yesterday, the Senate passed the 72-hour waiting bill along strict party lines that, if enacted, would require women requesting abortion to wait 3 medically unnecessary days before they can access the safe and legal medical care that they seek. Not only are our elected officials gross practice, they clearly have decided that their ideological crusade against women's health is more important than the real-life implications of this crusade felt by their constituents. As a physician who cares for these women, I can tell you unnecessary delays such as this do nothing to improve their care, and in fact, exactly the opposite is true. More women will access care later in pregnancy. More women will resort to unsafe methods of pregnancy termination. I'm fortunate to say that I have not had to experience the days pre-Roe, but I have spoken to physicians who have, and I fear that with this and other legislation like it, their horrifying stories of hospital wards filled with women dying from self-induced abortion will become a reality yet again. Although those supporting this legislation would like you to believe this may seem extreme, we have already seen women trying to purchase unregulated medications online in an effort to end their own pregnancy. With only one freestanding abortion clinic remaining, the average patient already travels nearly 100 miles to access care, and nearly 1 in 10 travel more than 300 miles. In nearly every other field of medicine, this is termed medically underserved, universally viewed as unacceptable, raised to the attention of medical experts with the goal of improving access. Further reducing access, as this bill will inevitably do, only further burdens women seeking this legal care. By tripling the delay, women who are traveling from far distances now are faced with multiple lengthy trips, each of which requires additional childcare, financial security, safe transportation, and potentially out-of-town lodging. It's curious to me that legislators are only interested in, quote, improving the safety, end quote, of abortion, one of the safest medical procedures performed each with this onslaught of regulations, and with no attention to other procedures that carry much more significant morbidity and mortality. Why aren't we requiring patients to wait a legislatively prescribed number of days before their hysterectomy, their vasectomy, or their hip replacement? Among the most troubling consequences of this type of legislation is the that women aren't capable of carefully considering the very important decision they're making. In all of the women I have taken care of, I can assure you that not one of them has presented to me without having considered the importance and implications of this decision. I can also assure you, despite having cared for hundreds of women facing this decision, not one of them is the same. I cannot and would never assume to know the individual social, economic, family, and emotional world a woman must navigate to make this decision. This patriarchal assumption that women who ultimately come to a different decision than you might have, faced with the same predicament, and all they need is just a little more time to consider decisions, feel insulting to me as a mother, as a woman, and as a physician. When I consider the impact that this could have had on the patients I have taken care of in the past, I'm struck by just how far-reaching the consequences are. I think about my patient Amy and her husband. Amy has documented her story and would like to share it with you now. She says, "The moment that my husband and I found out that I was pregnant, we were thrilled. I never knew for sure what I wanted to be when I grew up, but being a mommy was always a given. I was apprehensive to get excited about my pregnancy. I had heard so many tragic stories of loss, and I didn't want to assume everything was going to go as planned. Little did I know I was right to doubt my own luck. My husband took off work for our 20-week ultrasound. We were finally going to find out if our baby was a little boy or girl. We were both so excited and had been waiting for the day ever since we found out that we were expecting. Due to a risk of gastroschisis, we needed to do a teleconference with a doctor in St. Louis. The ultrasound tech took numerous pictures through the ultrasound to send to the doctor. The time finally came to know the gender, and we were having a boy. The tech left the room for a short while to send the pictures electronically to the doctor in St. Louis, and my husband and I immediately started discussing boy names. The time finally came for the doctor to look at those pictures. We waited patiently for him to view the ultrasound and the tech to go through each photo. The plan was to meet with my local OBGYN following the ultrasound to discuss the results. However, my local doctor was down in labor and delivery with another patient, so we met with the nurse. She asked me if there was any way that I could travel to St. Louis to meet face-to-face with the high-risk OB doctor. He said the ultrasound pictures he received were blurry, and they wanted to do another ultrasound. We agreed that we would go to St. Louis the next night and stay with my mom. That next morning, I went to see the doctor by myself. Armed with little information, I hadn't realized at the time that going to this appointment alone would prove to be the biggest mistake I could make. After a short period of waiting, I was called into the genetic counselor's office. She started the conversation with, "Let's start with the head and work our way down," referring to concerns with our baby's body. His brain was underdeveloped, his skull was abnormally shaped, he had a cleft lip and palate. His heart was located in the middle of his chest at a dangerous angle. He had a single umbilical artery and an incomplete spine. I stared at the genetic counselor in disbelief as she went through the laundry list of what was wrong with our baby. The new ultrasound confirmed all of the doctor's concerns. The next step was to take a sample of the amniotic fluid through an amniocentesis to check for chromosomal abnormalities. I agreed right away. I knew we needed some answers. The next day, we received the devastating results. Our little boy was suffering from a chromosomal abnormality known as trisomy 13. Unfortunately, the screening performed at 10 weeks to assess the odds of trisomy 21 or Down syndrome and trisomy 18 did not include screening for this abnormality. When the egg and the sperm joined, an extra copy of the 13th chromosome was created. The fatal consequences we previously learned about were a result of this abnormality. The survival rate of this diagnosis is bleak. I was told the majority of babies do not survive the pregnancy. If the baby did make it to birth, he would only live an average of 8 days. My husband and I had a lot of thinking to do, and in very little time. Our baby boy was currently 20 weeks and 5 days gestation, and in the state of Missouri, we were told we had to complete the procedure by 21 weeks and 6 days. We had to decide whether to make this heart-wrenching decision to let our baby boy go or to be forced to watch him suffer, all within a week's time. Once the decision was made to part with our baby, we would have to wait another 24 hours to comply with the current Missouri law. My husband and I made the difficult decision to call Planned Parenthood in St. Louis and set up an appointment for the procedure. We were required by state law to come in for counseling that Saturday, and the next available procedure appointment was on Tuesday. Had Missouri state law mandated a 72-hour wait rather than the current law, my husband and I would be currently waiting for our 3rd trimester miscarriage to occur, or to watch our baby boy suffer through his very short life. She says, please consider my story in regards to this potential change in state law. The decision to terminate my pregnancy was not something that my husband and I took lightly, nor was it a decision that we wanted to make at all. Our son was very much loved by us and by our family. My mother was to be a first-time grandmother and was devastated by this medical predicament. The time period prior to my procedure was the most difficult in my entire life. Considering other experiences I've had in the past, this statement should have significant meaning. Please be mindful of cases such as mine when changing a law that will affect all pregnant women and their families, regardless of circumstance. I applaud Amy's bravery and her candor, but the reality is she's not alone. For every woman willing to share her story, there are thousands more affected. I'm here today to speak for all of those unnamed women, their partners, and their families. I'm here as a woman and a mother to let you know that I am uninterested in you joining me for my next pelvic exam. And most of all, I'm here as a physician to say it's unacceptable for unmedically trained legislators to dictate the care of any individual.
I inquire my fellow Missourians.
I yield the mic.
Thank you, Dr. McNicholas. The bravery of your patient is incredible. To face such odds and to go through so much. My name is Dr. Justin Diedrich. I'm a physician. I'm an OBGYN in St. Louis, and I'm here as part of the 72-hour Filibuster to just speak my mind and to let you know that what is happening now is unacceptable for so many reasons. The fact that women are facing such difficult decisions and then it has to be prolonged isn't helping them. It isn't helping anyone, really. I'm a physician who has taken care of women throughout all stages of their lives, doing pelvic exams, doing pap smears, delivering their babies, and when there are significant things like problems with development, problems with the baby, and they can't be pregnant for whatever reason, there are times when a pregnancy needs to be ended, and I'm thankful that you're able to provide these services. But one of the important things is that by the time patients come to see us, it's not because they haven't made up their mind. They've thought it over. They've been through the options. And by the time they come to see us, they've made up their decision. By adding 72 hours to wait, we end up with patients who have to take off time, who can't be with their families, who have to be far away. As Dr. McNicholas said, there is over 10% of our patients have to travel over 100 miles to come to see us. And it's very difficult as it is. By adding 72 hours, we're not helping anyone. Taking a very delicate decision that somebody has made, and we're making it punitive. We're not making the procedure safer by making them wait. We're not helping out. What we're doing is telling them that we're not there for them. As a father, as a son, physician, as somebody who's taken care of women in very difficult times, by adding this 72 hours, we're not helping anyone. please, please think about what you're doing. Think about the fact that you're putting yourself in between a physician and a patient. You're making this decision for them. By putting yourself in the exam room and by becoming the medical decision maker, you're not helping anybody. Please, I'm just asking you to think about the implications of what you're doing and consider vetoing the bill. Thank you again for your attention, and thank you for taking the time to watch. To see all the people in support of the 72-hour filibuster, to know that for those of us out here speaking, there are thousands and thousands of others who couldn't make it. People that also agree, people that are with us, also support the bill. Bye.
I fire with my fellow Missourian.
I yield the microphone.
Hello, I am Midge Potts. I'm from Springfield, Missouri, and I'm up here with my friend Lauren to share some of my own perspective on this issue. And I think it's just an amazing thing that we're doing this 72-hour filibuster. I'm a big fan of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, so I've always wanted to stand on the Senate floor of the United States Senate and do a filibuster, but this is probably as close as we'll ever get. So I want to start out with, I'm a performance poet and a slam poet, and I've been influenced by a lot of amazing people that write really conscious poetry. So I'm going to start out with a poem, and something I wrote a couple years ago for a Roe versus Wade Day in Springfield, and it's called What Choice? When a person is living in poverty, the weight of the world is literally crushing, with bills piling up like a train wreck that just happened to land on the shoulders of a working mom trying with all her might to feed and clothe her children despite the near impossibility of being able to afford rent and electricity, diapers and shoes and gasoline, not to mention the child care necessary for her to keep earning that minimum wage from the job she hates, for which she is thankful, because she knows so many folks are out of work these days. And every time she sees a political ad that promises to turn around this bad economy, she doesn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she always wonders why those obviously well-fed politicians want to strip her of Medicaid and food stamps while claiming they are pro-life. Although she doesn't really have the energy to care much anymore, except, well, she found out last week that she is pregnant again. She often told her mom that she wanted to be the mother of 3 when she grew up, but now she is thinking that bringing a child into her world of daily suffering would be irresponsible when she can barely make ends meet just trying to take care of her twins. And what choice does she have when her so-called conservative representatives keep literally tossing train cars in the form of restrictive legislation on top of the pile of already burdensome laws which she has been trying to crawl out from under for what seems like an eternity? If only she would have refilled her prescription for birth control pills instead of buying that winter coat, then maybe. But she can't turn back time. So what choice does she have? To get an abortion? That would seem to make more sense than birthing a soul which she knows she cannot give a decent life, but not so easy when the closest clinic is 6 hours away in a different state. She'll be forced by law to wait a few days, but she has no place to stay there and no way to get there unless cash for gas just miraculously falls from the sky. So, what choice does she have? And I think that sums it up for me as far as people on both sides of this issue, and especially on the so-called conservative side of this issue of women's health and reproductive rights, want to make it seem so simple that, oh, it's just easy to go through these things, and maybe even they claim that they're making laws like the 72-hour waiting period for a woman's own good. But I ask those representatives and senators that are voting for this, how is anything like this for women's own good when at the same time you are cutting Medicaid, you're trying to do away with food stamps, you're not allowing reproductive health in other ways that, Planned Parenthood isn't just about abortion, it's a across the board women's health organization that helps with many things that women need in going through pregnancy. And, when I ran for Congress in 2006, I filed in the Republican primary, even though I'm more of a green, something of a liberal, but I filed in the Republican primary so I could, well, for one, run against Bush in his own primary and challenge him there, but also so I could go out and, well, I was tired of preaching to the choir. And I think that as long as we are just talking some of our talking points to other Democrats or other liberals or whatever, other open-minded people, we're really not going to get the traction that we completely need in order to really make people understand that this is a complicated issue, and there are lives at stake, lives of people who are working hard to support 2 kids already, and then they find out they're having twins, and what choice do they have but to make it a harder life for their other kids and for themselves when no one is willing to help them here up at the legislature. So when I was running for Congress, the reason I did that and ran in the Republican primary, for instance, is that it gave me an opportunity to be invited to Republican functions and to go out into the country in Southwest Missouri, because I live in Southwest Missouri, that is basically the buckle of the Bible Belt and known to be very Republican. And so it was really great to go out into the country and talk to people at the 4th of July picnics, and I got to speak at the Jasper County Lincoln Ladies Annual Ice Cream Social. And I realized, though, that even if people agreed with some of my other ideas, that being a pro-choice Republican, they would probably just turn away from me as soon as I said I was pro-choice. So I want to suggest to us that we really start reframing the way we talk about this. And the way I came up with this, I came up with a frame that I called myself pro-quality of life, so that when Republican Christians or